Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is Tuesday. It is Tuesday. Kind of an odd Tuesday, considering it was a 3-day weekend this weekend. You might have seen there was a big long stream on Sunday. Boy howdy, that went about as long as I thought it might. But at the very least I can say we did finish that thing on what was on that we did on Sunday. Never mind that. Tonight we're gonna work more on 100% Mario Odyssey. Where are we at that, you might ask? Well, you can see on the moon over there, there's lag for you. Makes sense. Like audio lag or just delay in chat and stuff. I see you, Morningstar, by the way. Hey, you can see over there we have 622 moons done, plus one that's 621 plus one that's in our thing right now. We are on our way to getting them all, and that's what we're gonna continue tonight. My priorities tonight are this. I want to do that taxi thing that was stopping us from completing some other worlds that we were at earlier. I'd like to do all of Sand Kingdom here. Actual lag? Actual lag. Like, you mean with the... Hang on, is there a problem with the gameplay, with the capture? I can check if that helps. Let me just pull up the YouTube and also check to see that we're not dropping any frames. 1 second. Internet's been great recently. I'm seeing no drop frames. Let me grab my mouse. The video for you is lagging. Hopefully that's just on your end. You can always try lower quality settings, see if that helps. I think that might be more of a you thing. I'm looking at the live thing on the YouTube. It looks like it's fine. What's up? What else is up? Let me ask. I suggest checking to see if there's audio quality settings. You can set it to a lower quality if your machine internet can't handle it. Why that would be? Ask YouTube, I guess. Do you want to have a bad time? Asked Morningstar, who, for context, has a Sans avatar. I am aware of Sans Undertale. I like Undertale a lot. Never played it that way. Only played it the good way. For what it's worth. Yeah, so we're just gonna go around and collect some moons, is basically the long and short of it. But also, last time we did finish the first few kingdoms that we have been able to finish, and I would like to continue that tonight. To that end, we have this guy here, who is about to go on a tour of all the kingdoms, and I was thinking that we could start by, your quality is 480? Ooh. Don't know what's wrong with the internet situation there, but hopefully everyone else is good. Might be on you. Let's start by going around and following this guy to all the taxi locations. I also want to just, as I'm doing this, think, are there any other moons that require us to go to all sorts of locations? That require us to go on a journey around? I don't think so, because I think that the, 100% speedrun, or darker side speedrun, if I recall, is structured around following the taxi guy around. Meaning, we should be able to just go where he goes. How's the audio, by the way? I'm understanding that the quality might be questionable for some, hopefully not for all. I'm nothing I could do on my end about that, but you have exactly 709 moons in Mario Odyssey. You're ahead of us now in this file then, Morningstar. Good on ya. Let's see, where's the taxi guy? Where's the taxi guy? I guess a good thing I didn't think about is I do need to... Well, first off, I guess we didn't do a moon here, other than the jump rope one. But also, don't necessarily know where the taxi lives. What is that one that we have a thing for? Oh yeah, it's the painting. It's the picture. Yeah, that one makes sense that we can't do it right now, right here. Where would I find the taxi? I would assume I would find a taxi on the road. Let me see. Desert Wanderer. I'm gonna look at the page for Desert Wanderer. Power Moons. It looks like he's at the end of a street. End of a street with a checkpoint. Oh, he's right there at the very start. There he is. So much lag. Far as I can tell, I got no connection issues on my end. Can't help you, Morningstar. Can you test with like speedtest.com and that sort of thing? Maybe there's problems with YouTube right now. You can try the Twitch if you don't mind watching over there. See if the Twitch treats you any better. Depends on what your problem is. I'll say that in general is true. General, it depends on what's going on with your situation. If you have quality issues. Let me go to Cascade Kingdom now. And also I'm going to turn down the temperature a little further in this apartment. I'm feeling sweaty. Let's just crank it all the way down to like low 60s. Let's go. You don't have Twitch because you have a Samsung tablet? Huh. If you have a web browser, you should be able to go to twitch.tv, but I don't know if you are dependent on apps for watching video from that. Honestly, that kind of sounds to me like your issue. Your odd tablet situation. I would try on a computer if you have one, or another streaming device such as a Switch. Honestly, you can watch YouTube and Twitch from a Switch, which, you know, if you have it, you have it. I guess, for what it's worth, I guess that defeats the purpose sometimes, you know. You're playing a game, you're watching a stream at the same time. You know, you don't want to necessarily tie up your Switch with television duty, with being the stream machine. That said, if you have a different machine like an Xbox or a PlayStation, that could also do the trick. Practical tips for watching things is what this is starting with, apparently. Go figure. Expect that. Luncheon, then moon, then mushroom. You can watch Twitch on the Switch? Yes, you can. There's a Twitch app on your Switch. Yes, you can. I'll say it's not like the best thing in the world. Like, I do not think it's the best version. But it's functional. I think generally my experience with Switch streaming apps is I have been in hotels and have been looking for ways to, you know, get the streaming services I need onto the hotel, TV, let's say, or whatever the fuck, right? And I've, gotten something working on my Switch and then realized, like, I should use my laptop instead. You know what, I'll fucking use my phone. I think that's probably a better experience than like, you know, going through the Twitch app on, the Switch. But it's better than nothing. Yes, that's right. Those are the lines from Undertale in chat. I love Undertale. I love Undertale. I love Deltarune. I have a lot of affection for those games. I recognize the reference. Is that... I think we've gotten this bunny. Have I 100% of this area yet? Don't think I have. Regardless, I've gotten that much. I'm not sure 100% how much of, like, money is required to beat the game. You know, if I need to get every collectible from every store to get the Toadette moons done. In fact, let me just pull that up. Burning in Hell? Yes, yes, yes. I know that game. Let me see. Is there one for collecting purple coins? Regional coin shopper. Oh wow, there's actually only... I guess it's per coin, per regional coin. You have to buy one thing with each regional coin. Not, like, all the things. Unless there's one a little later. Oh, collect... Here we go. Collect souvenirs and stickers. That's... I don't know if 40 is all of them, but it might be. 31 might be all the hats. I guess for outfits, it's possible you could skimp on outfits and then buy some of the ones that were added as DLC, and that would finish off the hat icon and this shit while, like, spending your money on this. I see a Mario, yeah. I'm not sure how that works. That is me. That's right. I'm a cowboy. Okay, moon, and then mushroom, and then back. Had a quick bite before the stream started. That's why I started around, like, 5-10 minutes late. Maybe more like 5, but actually starting the stream around 10 after 8. Had to eat. Have to eat before a stream. That's just good policy. Was preoccupied before this stream. I thought, I think I can do a chapter of TTYD. And I was able to do that. But I also said to myself, well, I bet I can get this optional thing done. And that was maybe a bit much. Also, I didn't realize that my computer would crash when I tried to launch OBS, so I had to restart my computer and hope that it worked, and it did, and then I said, okay, and then I started the stream. And then I started the stream. The whole OBS crashing thing threw me for a loop, I guess. These continents look like our continents, but they're not our continents. Flowy is friendly, that's correct. You should definitely run into Flowy's pellets. Anyone who's played Undertale can tell you that. Morningstar. Okay, Mushroom Kingdom, and then back to Sand Kingdom. That's right, they do. You are correct in the YouTube chat. What does LV stand for? It's been a while since I played Undertale. Chloe probably said something like love, and XP is friendship points or something. But you eventually find out it's something else, which I probably shouldn't say. I don't know, there could be people who haven't played Undertale. And don't want to ruin that for anyone who hasn't. I would not want to do such a thing. Fan-fucking-tastic. Let's, we sorted out this cabbie guy. And now we can finish, Sand Kingdom in peace. Without, any further obstruction. Wonderful. Wonderful. Yes, Flowey is here. He is in all of us. Wrong button. Now. Alright. With the taxi guy out of the way, let's get serious about, Sand Kingdom. Let's get serious about Sand Kingdom here. We have, like, what is that? 37 moons to get? 37 moons here. I think we can get all of them tonight. And then go on to the next world and do more stuff. And go from there. I think we can do that. I think that sounds like a plan. That is, my plan. And that's what I'm going to do nowish. Let me say hello to this, this fella. And he's gonna give me the last moon of this, taxi business. And then we're going to, you know, start collecting some moons and stuff. First off, one easy one we can do real fast is just buying a moon. Put off all the simple buying a moons. Oh, I already got it, I guess. I guess that was one of the few that I bought on a previous occasion. I don't remember. They have some options as far as, like, other costumes go, but I'm happy with this current costume. And also, I do know that eventually we're gonna need a bunch of money to, get 100%. Let's see now. Did we go into the back room? Now, part of this, the challenge here, is going to be remembering which ones I did and which ones I did not do. And, I think we'll just go places and we'll see what's there, and we'll try to remember. There's some easy ones. These flowers have, sprouted. We planted these, like, multiple weeks ago, and now they are ready for us. Isn't that nice? That's what you get when you play a game over the course of, how long has it been? Over the course of, like, a month or two. This is the 6th stream, so this has been a month and a half. I think let's go over to Koopa Trace walking. Let's do that. Let's walk in triangles. I think we did the bird. But I can't 100% remember. I can check. Eagle, 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 looking for bird. Where does it say the bird? I don't see bird. Mighty band, leap in the skies above canyon. Caught hoppin'. I don't think I got the bird, but we'll see. We'll maybe grab him if he's really close. I can walk like a champ. Look at me. I'm a cowboy. I'm ready to walk. It's a perfectly flat land. We're gonna get it in one try. Look at that. That's gotta be like 90. 100! There's ones where it's a triangle you're walking in. Do I know about the YouTuber Dacia? No, I've never heard of that particular streamer. Or maybe just a YouTuber. Never heard of them. I think most people haven't heard of most other people. Oddly enough, even the most famous folks are obscure to somebody. Yeah, we didn't have enough that time. That's fine, we'll get it this time. I heard the other day, I don't know if this is gonna do it. We started very poorly there. I heard the other day about, like, the #1 Twitch streamer these days is a Elden Ring guy, apparently, who I've never heard of. And, you know, that's just news to me. I don't even remember what his name was, so I guess that's the end of that conversation. Other than to say, like, oh, well, what I heard was that he rated a streamer that I like and gifted 50 subs, which, you know, is a big number of Twitch subs, let me say. That's like 50 times 5, that's $250, basically, of which the streamer takes home about half of that. Well, you know, that's, God damn it. There we go. We got him before. That's some serious moolah. That's some serious cheddar. Now, that's money. That ain't nothing. And, I guess more than the subs, the idea is like, oh yeah, you got rated by, like, #1 guy, but just out of context, I have no idea. Because I've just never heard of the guy. Don't know how big it is or how big a deal is for my favorite streamer, who is also pretty big, but, you know, more, probably like an order of magnitude, a couple order of magnitude smaller than, you know, millions. He has like thousands of viewers generally, you know what I mean? Like, a good amount, but not like earth-shattering, right? Not like huge. Not like the top streamers get. But still big. But relative to him, like the #1 Twitch guy, fucking bigger. I guess also it depends on like what your niche is, what you like to watch. He's about uncovering lore about Dano Cal drawings. I have no idea about what Dano Cal drawings means. Uncovering lore about Dano Cal drawings. Yeah, that's those words don't mean anything to me in the combination you put them in. Morning Star. I'll say, yeah, you know, there's a million streamers out there. Even the most famous one is obscure to anyone who is, most people, the general public. Dano Cal drawings hide a lot. There's a lot of lore in his shorts. Yeah, I don't know this Dano Cal drawings. I don't know that fella either. This sinkhole has something. We do the... Ooh, yeah, this looks like a big fun place. I guess all this to say, there's a lot of people out there, and I guess sometimes the biggest one changes. You know, I guess for a while, wasn't it Ninja who was the biggest, who also a person I haven't watched, but at least I have heard of. You know, he's quite big. I've heard of folks such as like Mr. B. I've heard of some people who are the kind of streamers who I don't really watch a lot. He makes animations. Gotcha. That makes sense. I'm sort of picturing like a Carbot. You know Carbot? I don't know. Carbot is an animator guy who did like Heroes of the Storm animations. I think also did like Hearthstone animations as well. Probably did more than just Heroes of the Storm. Probably like, and StarCraft. More probably general, yikes! More just general like little cartoons at a certain point. And he was like commissioned by Blizzard to do like promo material for their games. Because he was such a big like, you know, breakout sensation in the community. Is that kind of the scale that we're talking here? Like sort of a Carbot? I haven't watched any Carbot stuff in like years, I'll say. I've not been that hot and heavy on Blizzard games in a good long while, and I kind of low-key hope that Carbot also got out of the Blizzard scene at some point. I kind of hope everyone got out. It seems like Blizzard is kind of moribund at this point. It seems like everyone who was a creator there, I say a creator, a developer, all the developers are gone, fired, laid off, left. Now it's a bunch of people who don't quite know what they're doing and just struggling to keep the lights on and keep Overwatch going. There's some rickrolling in chat, that's fine. I suppose it's possible that, these names in the YouTube chat, what, Morningstar is, saying, possible that these are made up. And I think we would never know. We would never know. I don't think there's anyone alive who can pass a test as far as, like, okay, real YouTuber? Real YouTube sensation, entirely fake YouTube sensation. Could you do a quiz in that and pass it? I guess if you knew, you're never going to say like, bibbly-doo, real, you know. You're never going to guess that something is real, right? Unless you think it might be, just, you know, you want to spin the wheels, you know, play the odds. Did I get everything down there? I got one thing. Usually that's not it. Oh, well, there's everything done here. Just the one. Huh. I think, did we go under here before? I can't remember if we did, so I guess you have to jump as you're going under, or else you die. Anyway, I got some cards. Okay, I got that one. Let's do Sphinx right now. The Sphinx needs a question answered. Ring. Let's go get whatever this is right here. I'll do some cards. I got cards. Oh yeah, money. This room kind of looks a bit like the room that we did a dance in back at the start of the game. I guess it's the same size, the same world, except it's gold like Wario Land 4 style. Here's a card. Did you hear about the Office spinoff? Question mark. Kind of not a spinoff. It's spinning off, you know, quote-unquote the same film crew, which to my mind sounds like straight up a mistake. Like, okay, pretty sure most people, like, don't care about the film crew and sort of see it as like a thing that's better off not addressed. And even though the show did apparently address it in the season that doesn't exist because, you know, it's famously bad, maybe they shouldn't have. And also, yeah, weird thing to hang your hat on in general. And also, it seems sad that a sitcom, you made that up? Not sure which part you made up, but okay. Morningstar. It's kind of sad that a sitcom needs to be a spinoff to, you know, get into production. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, even sitcoms need brands is something I saw on a YouTube video the other day talking about that whole situation. Mind you, it's not a bad idea for a show. It's like set in a failing, it's about a failing newspaper in the tail end of like, you know, journalism. Of like, newspapers. Which, sure, yeah, no. Newspapers are going away. It'll sort of be like The Wire's final season, but 20 years later, and also a parody, I suppose. That sounds fine. That sounds like a perfectly fine idea. I feel like the way that they're making it a spin-off, saying that's like, oh, it's in the same world, even though you won't see any of the characters, and it's not in the same location. It's just the film crew, who, for the record, are not characters. Those are not characters. Those are just cameras. Saying they have the same cameras as the original show, I don't know if that qualifies spin-off. I will say about the whole, even sitcoms need brands now. I will say, for what it is worth taking a second and remembering that there are plenty of sitcoms back in the olden days, before like my times even, that were were spin-offs of each other. You know, famously you can think of like Joey, the Friend spin-off, but was not Cheers originally a spin-off of something? Or did something spin off Cheers? I think, you know, as far as like shared universe goes, there have been like sitcom universes before that have sprawled and have been like in that same vein. All admittedly, usually you take someone who's from one of the sitcoms that you want to do stuff with and you spin off from them. I'm guessing that everyone from The Office said, fucking no. No, I'm not going to be, Ryan's not going to be working for the newspaper now in, Buffalo, or wherever the fuck it ends up being set, like, he said, everyone said no. This doesn't make sense. Or maybe it doesn't make sense isn't the right thing. They don't want to do it. They don't want to reprise their character that way. And have other doubts about the project. Your favorite song is Megalovania? It is a very good one. There's a lot of good songs in Undertale in general, though. I don't know if Megalovania would rank my #1 all time. Even just among, like, Undertale songs. Have you ever played Plants vs. Zombies? I think I have. Chaotic Oven. Hey, how you doing, Chaotic Oven? I think I have played it before. Dang it. I don't have that much memory of it. I think I played it, like, a little bit. Did not get super far. Did not spend that much. You're getting terrible frame rates? You're not the first. Morningstar, did, switching, services help? Let me check and see if, let me check and see how am I dropping frames. My OBS says I'm not dropping frames here. So, Can you try the... I don't want to direct you one way or the other. Twitch's TOS prohibits recommending people try, you know, do any such thing. You're talking about the game? Oh, you mean Plants vs. Zombies? Oh, okay. Are you talking Plants vs. Zombies, Chaotic Evan? I thought you meant, the stream. Oh, okay. There's been some, talk about that in the YouTube chat. Some technical stuff. Which I was hoping was on their end, and I guess now we can say it is. Gotta be on their end. I don't think there's anything much to do here. But I do see these coins that I left. So I probably should make absolutely sure that there's 0 left. I played it once, probably like a decade or 2 ago. I think it is so, like, I'll say it didn't make a long-lasting impression. To the point where I think when I did my, list of games I played on, like, Backlogged or whatever, I think that's one that, that missed the cut. That I forgot to put down. Because I could not for the life of me think of it. I'll have to make a note. Oh yeah, there's one of them. Yeah, that is weird that an old game should be having trouble running. Honestly, it might be a thing where the game is just bad. You like the Papyrus theme the second best? And you have played Plants vs. Zombies, Morningstar. That is enlightening. I don't know what my favorite Undertale song is. I would have to think about it. I think it might be the goat fight song. It's sort of just the main theme of the game, reprised, and reprise of that, and it's fucking beautiful. Gotta get out of here now. It's just a reprise of the main theme of the game, except really heavy metal, as heavy metal as you can imagine, and it's good. Good luck with those technical issues. You can always try... Plants vs. Zombies, that's gotta be on consoles, right? There's gotta be a console version you can get. At the very least, like an Xbox Live Arcade version. Something like that. Just gotta get ahead of this motherfucker. I guess, does he make a mistake? You don't have consoles, only a PC? Gotcha. It's funny that it should run so poorly. I'd recommend asking on Steam. That's probably the go-to thing to do if you're having, like, technical issues. I guess I say that... Fuck. No! I say that as someone who absolutely does not do that. When I have technical issues, I Google it. And then I look for existing answers. I don't usually, seek out new answers. Yeah, Undertale's fucking good. I guess if I were to... If I do seek out new answers, I do it on, Discord. I don't do it on, like a forum or something. Discord seems like the place to go for seems like the place to go for your, for like technical know-how, tips and tricks, setup type things in today's day and age. It's very rare that the community that would tell you how to do something would be on anything other than it. By a nose. By a nose there. Dude was like fractions of a second off from us. And I'll say I do have some technical issues at times, you know. I stream, I put together weird randomizers, I sometimes have odd setup things that can present complications when OBS goes to run. Sometimes you gotta figure out, like, why video game run weird. I like Undertale too. My list of favorite games for a reason. I think this is all done. I think this is all done. I straight up will say, going back to the Office spinoff, I don't think them saying we got the camera crew from The Office, they're doing a new sitcom. They're doing a new sitcom set in the same world. I don't think that gets me interested in, that doesn't get me interested in a sitcom. And, yeah, I don't see myself watching this unless people say it's like, oh, it's the fucking best. It's like, you know, as good as the shows people actually like to watch, like Fallout and, you know, Gruber. It's like that good. A show that people would actually watch and talk about. Or Shogun. I still haven't watched Shogun. We'll get to it in the next couple weeks. Next couple months, maybe. I don't know. I'm very curious about Shogun. I think that as far as sitcoms go, I have not been interested in any sitcom, you know, since, like, Parks and Rec and Community. Parks and Rec, Community, The Office. I think those were the last time I gave a fuck about a sitcom. I couldn't get into Modern Family. Modern Family was like one of the last ones I tried to get into. Sometimes you start sentences with lowercase letters, Morningstar. It depends. Certainly some inconsistency there. What are we looking for here in the sky? Maybe nothing. Maybe there's nothing here to find. I tried with Modern Family. I just couldn't. I mean, I guess I appreciate the gimmick of, like, you know, we got a bunch of, the gimmick is it's a Modern Family because there's gay characters in it, like openly gay, you know, families and stuff. Gay marriages are in it. That's commendable. But I need more than that to bite into a sitcom. You know, I need to be, like, more than just wholesome and, you know, on the right side of history. I need to be funny. So I guess, has there ever been a better version of Modern Family that was on the right side of history but also funny? If I saw it, I can't think about it. I do love spaghetti, yeah. I went to the H-E-B the other day, got the ingredients for spaghetti, as I tend to do every couple of weeks, because goddamn I love spaghetti. I was thinking the other day, I know a fella on Discord, on the internet, on Twitch, who has pizza pasta in their name. I'm looking at that and thinking, like, man, I could have branded myself with spaghetti. I could have branded myself with spaghetti. I love spaghetti. That's sort of my thing too. I guess I'll say, you know, it wasn't something I originally was like so hot and heavy on. I would probably say like 10 years ago. 10 years ago, I was probably more into burgers than spaghetti. Now, I think that's flipped. I think I'm like spaghetti more than a cheeseburger. I guess part of that is that I don't have cheeseburgers like multiple times a week anymore because I don't work out of the office more multiple times a week. You know, or as many times a week. I work 3 days a week. That's good enough for like 1 burger meal and 2 other meals. Rather than previously where it was like, okay, 2 burger meals, 3 non-burger meals. I need to shake my controller. You know what I mean? Like, shaking gonna be enough here. Let's find out. I need my ride. I need my grow. Oh, is only one of these guys a star? A moon? I definitely got one of them before. Okay, I think I must have gotten the one that actually had a star or a moon. Unless after you get them the first time, they don't give moons anymore. Hey, Morning Star. I guess I'll say in general I don't watch as much TV as I did before streaming like became the thing. You know, and I also will say I don't think streaming has had what the fuck? Okay. Top of a dune, whatever. Yeah, just lucky ground pound there. I haven't watched that much TV the last few years. And I don't think that streaming has had like a Office-style success. Which is weird considering that The Office is one of the best streaming shows, one of the most popular streaming shows. Do you think they would have tried to replicate its success and longevity in a new product? Which I guess is what they're doing now. Let's see how it works for them. I'm guessing not well. Not well is my guess for the Office spinoff. How about another card? I got more cards. Did you hear about how the next Call of Duty will officially be on Game Pass? Next Call of Duty has been announced for Game Pass there. That's, I think, lovely. I think that is great news. Apparently, rumor has it that internal conversations at Microsoft were hesitant about giving away the most money-making game that Activision has for $15 every month. They were a little hesitant about that value proposition, but I guess the Game Pass people won the day. And were able to convince Microsoft to let them do their whole business plan, at least insofar as Game Pass goes, at least so far as Call of Duty goes. I'll say, past Call of Duty, we still haven't seen a lot of their bullshit hit Game Pass yet. How the fuck do you do this? We haven't seen a lot of their bullshit hit Game Pass yet, which I still think is ridiculous. Like, put out all the games on Game Pass. Every Activision game should be on Game Pass. Do it now. Do it within the year. Just Finish the fucking job already. Jesus Christ, what the hell? You got like an amazing gallery of games that you can now give me for free. For no additional money. What's the holdup? I want to try out that really bad Tony Hawk game that everyone hated. Tony Hawk Pro Skater 5. I want to try that out. For pennies on the dollar. I want to try out Crash Bandicoot 4. What's another game that Activision has? I saw that you bought the amiibo costume. That's great, it's a good costume. I remain extremely happy for Undertale being the one indie game to get like a me costume. I guess maybe I guess is yeah, it refreshes the timer on that. Is Goemon not indie, I guess? Goemon might be plenty indie. Goemon, I'm pretty sure, is owned by someone. And that's why people know it. Like a big publisher. Indie games, as I understand it, didn't really exist on the N64. Not really. Maybe that's reductive. I don't know. There's probably another indie costume in there. I said that, and does Shovel Knight have a costume? If Shovel Knight has a costume, there you go. I don't think Shovel Knight has a costume in Smash. He just has the amiibo, which is probably, or the assist trophy, probably on the same level as a thing. Why don't you buy some power moons? I will. I am. Those that are necessary, I will buy. Eventually, I will buy my way up to you know, 999, but not until I hit 100% of the regular ass moons. That's how this will go. Morning Star. Anyway, I guess all that to say, good for the Xbox for being able to finally fucking start doing their business plan. It's a goddamn shame that they had to close innocent studios that seemed like they were valuable assets towards that business plan of making a bunch of games and selling them for good money. Or, you know, using it to enhance Game Pass as a service. From what they said, Hi-Fi Rush was a huge success, so it's fucked up that they canned that studio. And it remains fucked up. Will be super fucked up. I hope they all land on their feet. Hell, literally, if I was a... I don't know enough Japanese to read that message, Morning Star. If I were someone with money, someone with like game publisher money, I would probably go out to those people who were in the that studio that just folded, just closed, and say like, wait a minute, how about we guys, you know, go indie, go independent, or otherwise, you know, reform under another company. Let's say, you know, big one. Could be a big one. Like an Activision or something. You know Japanese is what it translates to. Not enough to understand a message in Japanese. I know enough to read, you know, the easier of their alphabets. And some random characters of kanji, maybe. But in a sentence, not not so much. All right. Whew. We're about to hit 20, which means by my count, we're around halfway done. Let me see. How many moons are left here? 18? 18 moons? Yes, we would be halfway done. It is worth noting that there is a picture moon. Music is starting to play for no reason at all. No, it's not. It's not doing that. Not on this stream. I have buttons that can play music if I wanted them, but 4C and purple. Oh, it's purple. That's a clue. So that's not this. That's what level has purple a purple map, purple framing? Important thing is it's not this one. Any other moons here? I don't think that's here. This is Mushroom Kingdom. I got this one, didn't I? I think I got that one with the helicopter. I'll delete it. I think I got this one as well. The one from Cascade Kingdom. Last time. It's a dangerous thing to be deleting images from memory. But, you know, it's not here, it's not here. But I'm gonna choose to trust my memory here. There's not like another picture or something in this level that we'll need to get, is there? I asked no one in particular. Let's find out. What am I looking at? Okay, here we go. Need more of a drink. I've gotten nearly all of the additional ones that were added. I did mention the music thing that you said, yes. Sometimes I might miss a message. Other times I'm just talking other things and saying other things. Don't want to necessarily interrupt the flow of conversation, I suppose. How about a card? How about another card? Did you see that Zelda's first Lego set, the Deku Tree? Did you see that Lego set that they announced? Oh, okay, I see what this one is. We gotta get a Goomba all the way out here. Don't think this is very hard. This is just a bit of a walk. Let me warp somewhere where there's a Goomba, and we'll do some walking. So, apparently this came out today. This new Lego set's based on the Deku Tree. And you can see there's a version based around, I'm capturing a guy, and now we're gonna walk for a bit. Thrilling. You can see there that there's one based around the Ocarina of Time Deku Tree with sort of a, you know, like a link. I don't know when it came out, but these images came out today. I don't know if it's available today. You can see there's like some of those little plant guys from Ocarina, and the one on the left is sort of like raised up and shit. And also it's a little more Breath of the Wild flavored. There's the stand that has the Master Sword in it. There's Link's house from Ocarina of Time. Pretty cool set. Pretty cool sets. And I'll say seeing this set makes me go like, oh wow. I'm realizing it now, but Zelda is actually perfect for Lego. Fuck Mario for Lego. Zelda. Like, there's so many cool dungeons and places from those games that would be good for Legoization. What would be good? Like a Jabu Jabu thing. You could do like Majora's Mask. There's other stuff in Majora's Mask as well. Stone Tower. You don't actually see Stone Tower from the outside. That'd be a weird one. I guess Clocktown, the Clock Tower. Termina Clock Tower. Is that what you call it? Termina Clock Tower? Suppose that would be what you would, that'd be a thing you do from that game. What would it be from Wind Waker? From Wind Waker, it'd be the ship of the King of Red Lions. I think a King of the Red Lions Lego would sell. That'd be a nice, simple set. Not too expensive, not too large. By the way, it is worth noting that the Zelda sets, you don't know what to say, you can always just relax. It is worth noting that Zelda set is, it's $300. People were saying that in a Discord I was in, and I had to ask, like, fucking, is that regular? And the answer was, yeah, that's, these big giant sets that can go one way or two way, multiple builds possible, they tend to be a little pricey. And also, it has that Nintendo tax on it, because it's a licensed thing from big, huge company. Should you talk about Undertale? I feel like we've talked about it a good amount, though. Do you have other things you'd like to talk about? That would be good. There must be a trick here that I'm missing. We haven't gotten all the moons yet. You can talk about Mario Odyssey. Go ahead, yeah. I mean, we have multiple things. I have multiple things that I would like to talk about tonight. The pretty cool sets, I'll say. Like, I have not bought Lego in years and years and years. I guess, you know, I mentioned before that I have a nephew now. He is going to be, you know, eventually he'll get to the age where he can talk and move around. I guess in a couple years I'll be buying, you know, he'll have, I guess at like Christmas, right? Do you think, does Uncle get nephew a present? I guess? You got around 3,000 coins. I have around 4,500. There's another power moon in here, but where is it? Could this be like a hidden, like a ground pound moon? I'm not feeling any like rumble in my controller. My instincts tell me it should be in this room, but I see nothing. What is this one? Let me see. That was, path, that should be... The Invisible Maze. I don't mind a tip or two. If anyone knows where the extra moon, the second moon is in the Invisible Maze, mind a hint? Let's try to figure out where it could be on our own here. If it's not something that we can see, Maybe it's something that we get from manipulating these guys, causing them to run around. Also, it would just make sense for it to be in this room. Maybe something to do with that sign. You don't know where it is? It's that sign. Also suspicious, that little platform, that little invisible platform, that wasn't the way. And sure enough, that's where it went when it came out. Good game. Good video game. I love this video game. It's one of my top 2 video games. What else should be done from Zelda games? What other builds? Anything from Twilight Princess. You could do that fucking big mirror fuck off thing. Twilight mirror. That would be a... I gotta be real, I don't think that would be a big seller, but you could do it. Other than that, no, I don't think anything from Twilight Princess really stands the test of time as far as, like, buildings, as far as that goes. Rank Undertale from 1 to 10? 10. 10. It's a 10 out of 10. It's a perfect video game. It is an S tier. It is an S tier product. I gave it 5 stars myself, and it's also in my favorites list, which is basically a 6 star. If you're, you know, as far as my ranking system goes, it is sort of an informal 6th star. Same, it is a good game. Yes, that is putting it lightly. What, Skyward Sword. There is that dungeon that has the famous, jeez. That dungeon that has the famous, like, big statue. And the hell area. I don't know that that one really warrants a, I don't think that really warrants, much of anything, you know? I don't think that really warrants... Hello, Apar, how's it going? I don't think... As cool as that dungeon is in Skyward Sword, I don't think a Lego set of it would sell. The, Ancient Cistern, Hey, thanks for the Twitch follow, Par the Gamer. Hey, Par, you're from, you know, the YouTube side, typically. Now following on the Twitch as well. Ain't that something? Feel free to watch in whichever... Watch/chat in whichever place you please, I'll say. Is there anything over here we haven't gotten? You like the classic Mario costume? I mean, it's a good costume, but this game with so many costumes, I very rarely, very seldomly, choose to dress normally. You're from YouTube, but now you have Twitch you want to watch on the main platform? I'll say I don't know that I would classify either Twitch or YouTube as being the main. I would say that they're both equally valid places to watch. There is a little bit more in terms of, like, interaction. On the Twitch side, you know, you can do the Pikmin thing, which isn't really supported on the YouTube. And also, you can subscribe on the Twitch for money, you know. You can become, like, a premium guy and get, like, special emotes that I made. See? See all these emotes? I made them. I made them all. And you can get them for $5 a month on Twitch. Or, if you have Amazon Prime, you get one free Twitch subscription every month. which is, you know, good not to waste. You know, that's otherwise it's just money in Jeff Bezos' pockets, right? You know, or you could give me a little money. They look cool. Thank you. I love having them. I feel like I use them less these days. Maybe I just chat less on Twitch as of late. I aim for them to be a complete and useful set of emotes with everything you could want for. Right, there's the hint system. I say the hint system, the hint bird. What's this door? Oh, it's slots. We haven't done slots yet. Just realized this door has been. Just wish that you wish there was a Sans emote. I will say, look closer there. There is in there a Queen from Deltarune emote, which is Deltarune, of course, is a another product from the same person. FC is friends code. That's Switch friends code if you want it. Well, that's fine. I'll take that. Let me get another shot at that, though. I actually wanted a different thing. I tried with the emotes to represent all my favorite games. And for sure, Deltarune Undertale warranted a inclusion. Which is why Queen is there. I think I did have messed around with, like, trying to get a Sans emote working, like, in particular... In particular, I was at one point trying to make a Sans shrug emote work. Never quite got it quite right. Ultimately ended up with a Cranky Krong shrug, which has the benefit of being original, you know, as well as being scaling right. Will you create one day? Conceivably, I could try. I'll say that I am limited on slots over on the Twitch side. Like, I've kind of used up all my slots currently. So, there's not another slot to slot it into right now. But hey, who knows? Maybe they'll give everyone another slot at some point. There we go. At which point, sure, I wouldn't mind. Okay, they don't have a second power moon. Let's fuck out of here. Here's another card. How about I do another card and talk about what's on it? Remember? Hearts? The heart in Undertale? Yeah, I remember the heart in Undertale. Yeah. I don't know if that's necessarily, like, emotes worthy. I already have a heart emote from Mario Odyssey, which is another one of my favorite games, so, yeah. And that's the Mario Odyssey representation on there. That, one heart emote. Again. Down there in the follower emotes. The heart is from Odyssey. You can always pause that, put back, and take a closer look at that. That's one we won't be able to get right here, right now, but we'll get it eventually. Once we go over to Bowser's Kingdom. How about we start... jeez. feel like it always looks weird when they're thrown from above. Now that I'm in the lower corner more often. I wonder if there's something I can do to make that look a little more natural. Hopefully y'all don't mind and still enjoy pelting me with the Pikmin. Let me buy some hints, just some hot suggestions on where to look for moons from this fella. Oh, I should grab some amiibos at some point and scan them and see what that does. I say see what that does. It's probably just gives you a hint, but for free. You're about to go to sleep. Good night, Morningstar. It's like 9:30. Yeah, that makes sense. We've been going around like 90 minutes. Yep, that tracks. I'll say I am not like anticipating the longest stream tonight. But we'll go for a bit. We'll go for a good amount of time. Sunday's stream went so goddamn long. I was kind of low-key exhausted. I say low-key. Really was at my wit's end by the end of that stream. And just knowing that, like, okay, including the Thursday stream, which the Sunday stream followed on from, Ocarina of Time / Majora's Mask Randomizer took 17 hours in total. You can check out websites. I don't know if that's true, Par. Is that a real thing? I would suggest if you have something to promote, do it on the Discord rather than in Twitch chat. I'll let it slide because I think it might be a joke. I don't think you can win money by registering at a website. You have a chance of winning $3 grand. Don't think that's true. You're just saying things. I would be very surprised if that were true. Card! Another card! What other games? Gotcha, Morningstar. What other games are perfect for Lego sets? Question what came to mind to me as I was looking at Zelda and realizing, oh shit, Zelda's perfect. Zelda is fucking perfect for the Lego. God damn, they should have done this earlier, something like that was my overall feeling. What else is there? Both. Did I get this already? Like here. Minecraft? I think they have done Lego Minecraft. Undertale, I guess Undertale. Hey, Undertale's come up. What building from Undertale would make a really good like would make a really good build? Is there anything from like Snowden? Would you do like the what is it? The little family restaurant. I swear I've seen like a little building that's much like the Torchies in real life, which I assume must be the brand that it's based on. Not like a total coincidence or something based on the Undertale one. Would you do Torchies? Would you do like the you know the building that like the ghost Napstablook lives in? Would you do that? I feel like that'd be weird. I feel like Undertale might be a weird one. Okay, how about something else? What else would be good? Anything else from Nintendo? Samus? Metroid would be good. Metroid might be best for just... Could you make like a really cool hallway? Really cool Metroid hallway with like Ridley in it or something? Maybe it's just a Ridley model, or like the model of the ship, of Samus's ship. I think you definitely do Samus's ship. I don't know that you can really do any like single building from a Metroid game. I think Star Fox would be fantastic. You do the R-Wing, you do like the Great Fox, you do like the this way. You do the Great Fox, you do the Landmaster. Their third vehicle in that. What the fuck was it? The submarine. You could do the submarine if you want. Your dad calls Sans Samus. Okay. That's fine. I'll allow it. Got a problem with that. Oh, is there another quiz game here? Second quiz here. How many coins? 30. Eh? What stopped his journey? Ice. He wasn't able to do ice until he thing. Oh, it's like 8. Like 6. No, it's not like 6. It's like 5. Is this a thing? There were 6, but it was 5. I did guess. Sphinx! That was a moon. That was a moon. What else would be good? Portal. Is there a Portal set? I feel like I saw something Lego where it was like, oh, there's like portals, there's like a GLaDOS. Maybe that was like a fan thing or like one of those Legos ideas. I guess the weird thing about Lego is that there's an ideas page for everything, right? Like, oh yeah, someone has had the idea of doing like, hey, Futurama ship. We gotta get the Futurama Planet Express ship. Here's my idea for it. And here's my build of it. And eventually it might become a real product if, you know, Fox, Disney were to say yes. Are there Disney Lego sets? Has Disney made that deal with Lego? There's Star Wars. There's Star Wars ones. But wait, do those predate the acquisition? There's Lego Star Wars. And even after acquisition, I'm sure that they continue to do that. I'm not sure if, like, Disney has started any Lego sets. And I guess that's going to be the question as far as, like, some possible ones that I was talking about. What the fuck? I forgot. Halo? As I say Halo, I feel like there's not anything that comes to mind that's really up there as far as iconic. Good night, Morningstar. As far as like being iconic and being a great choice for Legos. I guess probably some people would disagree with me. I don't know there's a market for it. I would really like a banjo set. You know, you get like a clanker set. You get like a, you know, a giant snowman in Freeze Easy Peak. Maybe all that is too obscure for what is, you know, a... not like a Ghostbusters level franchise. You know, Banjo-Kazooie is great and all, but if you get anything, it's going to be Spiral Mountain or Gruntilda's, Spiral Mountain with Grunty's lair as, like, the, background. Both of them. You get the mountain and you get the lair. Honkers is right out and also doesn't have anything that particularly stands out. A Slopperando set would be just a bunch of brown. Just a bunch of brown. You wouldn't want that. I mean, are not brown pieces still somewhat rare? So maybe, just for the sake of getting a bunch of brown pieces, Slopperando would be a good purchase. Would be a good set to get. Seems a bit tenuous. Ugh. Tired. Tired. I see this fucker. Motherfucker's got eyes on his hat. That motherfucker's a hat. I saw his eyes. That's what happened. Okay, what else is in town? There's something else over here. Is it the dog? Oh, it's the dog! Oh yeah, we're following him. And we're following him to the moon. Good boy, good boy. I love your hat. That's good. Next there's something on the other side. On the other side here. Ah, that's the art. That's the art. Yeah. No. That one's already in my radar, on my sights. In my sights, you know. Will do. For sure. Where was that pointing to again? Bowser's Kingdom. Okay. Nice. Bowser's Kingdom is good. Definitely a place I'd like to go and do some business in. No? Is this for like a notes thing? What's the deal here? What was it pointing to? Three, two, one. Hang on, these two are really close together. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. That's moving. It's a hawk. It's that hawk! Okay, so I did get a hawk earlier. But there's still a hawk. That has a moon in it. We've gotten this. Yes. There's something out there. Let's go find out what it is. Right here. Ah, it's a This one's gonna be a race to the other side, and I can use my ride, so do that. Beautiful. How many more? Well, one of them is an art, so 5 more? That's 5 more. Let's go talk to the guy and figure out, like, some more places to look. We're right down to it now. I feel like paying this guy to get the locations is the best way to go about just different guy. Paying this guy is a good way to just get down to the last ones to point us on our way. I could also go get Cockatoo's tips. I'm gonna get one more, and then let's just get Cockatoo's, as many names for Cockatoo as possible, and maybe that'll give us another hint. It's also good for, like, figuring out ones we haven't done yet, because I reckon in that lake, if there's another in that lake, might be fishing. I don't know if we did fishing. I think we might have done, but what else would be in that lake? Where's Cockatoo? Where's that talkative bird? Right, he's on, like, the roof somewhere. Tell me some names. Under the mummy curse. Welcome back, Jaxie. I think I know which one that is. So what do we got here? Among the 5 cactuses, welcome back, Jaxie. Under the mummy's curse. Under the mummy's curse. Okay, so... Let's start. I say start. Let's go get some of these, some of these dudes, some of these things. We'll use the electricity to get our way. And meanwhile, let's do a card. Finished a seed of Ocarina of Time Majora's Mask combo randomizer. I had a lot of thoughts of this, about this, at the end of that big, huge stream. But, yeah, I did a whole fucking huge randomizer. Is that one that we've gotten already? Let me just check. Did a whole huge randomizer. Ended up being easily, I think, the biggest, longest randomizer I've done. The final time was over 17 hours. Lordy, fucking hell. It was just... I can't believe how much time that took. Just a couple of checks really eluded us. There weren't that many things we had to find last stream, but it just took so long to nail them down, which is just how randomizers go sometimes, especially if there are a billion places to find things. I'll say, for what it's worth, I do think the longer you spend in the randomizer, you know, the longer you spend, the more you look for a thing, the more exciting it is to find that thing. I think there's gonna be like there's a rumbly thing here somewhere. How you're supposed to find it when you're being chased by guys, I'm not sure. Oh, maybe it's just a guy. This is a new one. This far in, and we're still seeing a new transformation or two. Okay. That was fun. Lovely. I'll say combining those two games, I think, is a great idea. I do think with the amount of places you have to check, putting those two games together makes for an extremely long randomizer, probably no matter what you do. At the end of the randomizer, the other day, I had enough shit to do basically anything in the game. I could have done any other dungeon. And I only needed to get like a few of them, and yet somehow all of them virtually ended up being required. Or at least all the stuff for all of them. I guess that's bad luck more than anything, and maybe if I do it again, if I were to do the same setup, maybe I would get more of a nice setup, and it would be more like 10 hours rather than 17. In any case, if ever I do it again, I would make major changes to the rules to try to avoid as many of the pain points as possible, and probably get it down to at least a serviceable, like, 8 hours? I think 8 hours would be a perfectly fine time for a randomizer. 17, though? Ugh. You can't do a 17-hour thing in one stream. Also, I think it might be cool to just do Majora's Mask alone, randomized using the quality of life things that randomizer introduces over the default Majora's Mask randomizer. I say the default. I guess there's just a lot of competing ones. And maybe, really, there is no default randomizer for any game, no matter how popular or prevalent any one might be for a particular version or for a particular, like, niche of randomization. I'll say, I feel like my biggest takeaway coming out of that randomizer is that, I beat the hardest, most fucked up, Ocarina of Time Zelda randomizer that I could possibly imagine. So, I guess, like any other Zelda randomizer, will feel a lot more reasonable after this. Is this fishing? Might be fishing. Like, I bet if I ever were to go and do, Wind Waker randomizer now, I bet by comparison, a reasonably beginner-oriented, Wind Waker randomizer with enough of the bad locations junked. Not sure if I'm supposed to be reeling. There you go. With enough of the bad locations junked, and also with, like, reasonable, not so bad settings that lend themselves to all the stuff that I love about Wind Waker. And maybe starting with, say, like, the fast travel song and a couple other things that make it easy to get around the thing. Start with the Wind Waker, for instance, the item itself. If I were to do that, I think I'd be in for a good time. I think I would find that game, that randomizer is relative to the 17-hour slog. I say slog. Two fantastic games. Those two, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask. Two games that I love. And one I love and one that's absolutely iconic. But after an 11-hour randomizer, I bet anything else I could get down to a reasonable, not 11 hours. I don't know how, let's go find the person over here. Top of the hill. Get some more hints. Well, that's gonna be like at the edge. Ooh, that's a good place to hide something. Gets another one, and I think that makes all of them. That accounts for all the moons in this world. Very good. I think Skyward Sword randomizer, I would hesitate a little bit on that one because I don't love Skyward Sword. It's alright, but... Oh, I see what we need to do there. It's alright, but it's like not the best game, and parts of it, and you know, some checks would be pretty laborious, a little tedious. Twilight Princess, I think I could do. Twilight Princess, if it was all open, and if like you know, if bugs were just one check of many, and you could just ignore them until like later in the game, after you've exhausted your other options. That's kind of fun, if you can do a Twilight Princess randomizer and avoid doing bugs. If you can just say, like, no, we're not doing bugs. It's not going to be bugs. It's going to be something else. When you find out that it's something else and go, oh, crap, okay, good. We didn't have to do bugs. I love it. That'd be a great feeling. I need a Jax. Jaxie to come pick me up. I'll say, for what it's worth, no plans right now in doing some more randomizers anytime soon. I need a breather from randomizers, especially challenging hard ones. If I were to do another randomizer right now, I've been looking at Wind Waker randomizer, but I think if there was one, it'd be Metroid Dread randomizer. A good, I think a Metroid randomizer would be a good, you know, difference. It'd be a different kind of thing from, the Zelda randomization. And hopefully it would be pretty fast-paced. I'm not sure, like, what the world record... I say world record. It's not how randomizers are. I'm not sure, like, what would be the average time for someone who played... Someone who played, Dread casually back in the day, went through hard mode once, and found it, like, pretty doable. Pretty reasonable. Would I be able to go through the randomizer and have a good time? I bet I could. Would it be like a 5-hour experience, or like a 10-hour? Or like a 3-hour? I don't know. Maybe I should look into it. Metroid Fusion is like a maybe 2 or 3 hour randomizer. So, you know, if it's like that, it might be one of the better ones to do because, you know, checks might come really fast. You probably find the next place you need to go. Then again, boss fights will be really hard and challenging, especially if you start with a low amount of juice, of money. Whatever. Hey! We got all the moons that are not art moons. Sand Kingdom has been pretty much completed. We'll, make sure at some point this stream to drop by the, drop by Bowser's Kingdom. And we'll do that one because Bowser's Kingdom has, let's remember, has the art moon for Sand Kingdom. So yeah, that's important. Also, wherever we should go, we should see if it has pink, what color the map is here. Map here is green. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real fast, and then we will start, we'll do, this kingdom here. Alright, I am back. Here we are in Lake Kingdom. Are we dressed up yet? I think we have. We'll definitely figure out if we need to do that, what we need to do here. We got like, let's see now, 15, 17 moons here, including one. The picture moon is already collected. Okay, so the picture is good. So that's like 17 moons plus 2 that are picture moons that we need to pick up while we're in town. Good. Let's do this kingdom here. Should be a nice short one. I want to beeline over here. I say beeline, just fucking teleport. You know what? I'm just remembering. Isn't there a lady who wants to see me as a cowboy? There's a fashionable lady who wants to see a cowboy. Let's go show her a cowboy. The ghoul from Fallout television show. Beautiful. We are fashionable tonight. We are fashionable. Giddy up! Giddy up! My next line will be as a Western. My next line will... Oh! Not like your next line is, like JoJo, like line as in fashion line. I don't think that much about lines. This is something, right? Isn't this where one of the things is? Between a fully broken pillar and a partially broken pillar. This doesn't look right. This ain't it. Looks the pillar looks right based on the world, but is it like underwater or something? Where's this pillar that it's picked? Maybe it's in another world. Yeah, I got the world wrong there. Seems plausible, I suppose. We'll see if we can find that. What else can we get? Where's that other one? There's this one, and then there's the one... Oh yeah, this is definitely by the water elevator. Over here. That is definitely going to be one. I need to dress as... I need to dress as, I already dressed as a snorkeler. Buy that. Sure. Was it football or was it a vampire? I already bought the vampire outfit. Let me change into it. One was a pirate. Definitely a pirate. We'll confirm the third while we're there. What the other fashion statement was. You know what? Pirate is just a good one to play the rest of the stage as. Let's... Where's the vampire one? I want to do vampire last. Vampire? wasn't a clown. I'm not sure. Let's ask. Was it a football player? Is it down lower in the thing? Later in the thing? I thought there was a vampire outfit. Guess not. I need to find out. I know I could do pirate first, but right now, all I can think is I would like to be a pirate and not have to change out of pirates into something else just to change back. It's silly. Space. Ah, I should have known it was space. That was gonna be one of my guesses. Space, space, space. We do some cards while we're getting dressed and impressing the ladies. Let me do a card. I'm playing TTYD, Thousand Year Door Remake. I just finished Chapter 4. Right before the stream, in fact. After work, I was midway in. I had just went into the door of Chapter 4, and I decided to go through its entirety in like a couple of hours before the start of a stream. So that was fun. Good chapters. Some goddamn good chapters in this game. Like, no. Famously, my pitch for Thousand Year Door has always been like, man, listen. You fucking become a pro wrestler, and also you solve mysteries on a train, and the other chapters are basically just as inspired, you know? Like, goddamn, they go some cool places. Chapter 4 is a great example of that. And I'll say in Chapter 4, there's also a taste of, like, explicitly how they're handling the whole Vivian situation. Which, if people don't know, Vivian in the original Japanese version of TTYD was sort of a, in a word, a trans character. But in a way that is perhaps, was not the most culturally sensitive. You know, basically with Beldam, her bullying was basically, in the original, just literally her being misgendered. And Vivian saying something to the effect of like, well, you're not wrong, but I am cute though. Which, you go like, well, that can be a powerful statement if it was made in good faith by someone who's like sympathetic with this character, but, you know, I do feel like it's the kind of thing you hear about and go like, oh, she was like a Persona 3 style joke character? Oh no. In our version, she's not a joke and she's really sympathetic and we love her. And I think eventually those two combined and we realize like, oh, we love her and she's really sympathetic. And also, the secret of her bullying in that game is that she's trans and no one mentions it because, you know, in the original, Nintendo America said, like, we're not touching that with a 10-foot pole and didn't want to do any of that bullshit, any of the transphobia, and they still don't. And now, for what it's worth, neither does Japan. The Japanese version is, they took all the transphobia out as well, but also added in a line where it very specifically is mentions like, hey, listen, yes, you know, it took a while to figure out, you know, sister rather than brother, and after that, their bullying became harder to stomach, and it is written in a way where it's like, oh, well, if you're not, like, attuned to that stuff, it's still kind of subtext, right? Which I feel like is weird. Like, if you're not attuned to how that stuff can be, right? And I'll say, like, when I first saw, like, Chapter 2 stuff, I was like, this seems weirdly fine. Which some other people said, like, it's not fine, it's microaggressions. And I said, like, well, yeah, but originally she misgendered. Bildam misgendered her actively, and was really, like, awful about it. And changing that to microaggressions, that seems almost okay. That seems almost nice, by comparison. I don't know, I guess it's more realistic. People with that life experience can speak to it better than I can. So, you know, I take that under advisement. I suppose that, like, yeah, it's probably not... It's probably... The game does not at any point say, like, oh, she is bullied because she was trans. Or, you know, even before she was trans, right? She was bullied because she had, like, a... You know, she was weird about her sexuality or gender or whatever. Maybe she was effeminate in a way that was, you know, made her prone to mockery even before she realized that, like, oh, this is what it is. It's you know, it's gender. It's not just it's not just, you you understand. There's a lot you can read into it, but I will say it's a lot more sensitive. It still, I think, mostly keeps it a subtext with just one line being in there to be like, yes, it's canon. Deal with it. I almost feel like it could be a little bit more direct, but also I'm glad it wasn't insensitive, and I'm glad that it is confirmed, and I'm glad that there's not stuff that is like, there's no misgendering that I've seen yet in this game, you know? They're not that awful. There's just bullying that may or may not be related to the whole trans thing. Identity, you know? Probably. That, I believe, was the original way. Is that the bullying was of a anti-trans personality. An anti-trans flavor, but... I'll say I think the translation is good. I think they've improved stuff. I think that they've added a lot of good quality of life things. I mentioned before that I did the Chapter 4, and Chapter 4 was always kind of low-key infamous. Not for any of the Vivian stuff, of course, because Vivian's sexuality was not, gender was not in the original version, American version. And also, even if it was 2004, and things were not understood in the way that they are now. In that, I mean, as far as I go, and as far as, like, most people go, we didn't quite get it at that point, and no one did, you know? It was the era of, like, South Park and Persona 3's, just very, very rank jokes escaping without anyone really noticing, like, oh, this sucks. This is... ugh. At the time, those were just jokes people made, and shows made. Maybe, like, by the time of Always Sunny, because Always Sunny's first episode has some of that. But, you know, in Always Sunny's case, the idea is that they're terrible, and it's supposed to be, you know, the world treats them as though they're saying, like, the most horrible things in the world when they say the most horrible things in the world. Maybe around that point was where the worm started to turn on those whole things, but that's way after 2004. So, you know. What the fuck? I got all sidetracked on the whole thing. It's not even a big thing. It's just, honestly, I would say for the most part, Vivian is just regular bullied now, but she does also say that she is trans explicitly, so, you know, you can read into that as much as you want to. And, you know, it is still mostly subtext slash... It is still more subtext than text that she is bullied because of her, because she's trans. Enough about that. What I was gonna say is that famously, Chapter 4 had some issues with, like, backtracking and going through the same area multiple times, as does another part of the game, which I'm curious to see what they do. And I found that they did indeed do some stuff. Not to get too much into the details of it, but they did mitigate the previous 5 trips that you had to go throughout the whole, a whole section of the game. Now, instead of going through it 5 times... Where's the thing? Now, instead of going through it 5 times, you go through it 3 times, which is much better, I'll say. That's much better than the way it was before, and certainly lent itself to being finished in the couple of hours before I start an 8 p.m. stream. You know, meant it didn't overstay, it didn't go too long, which I appreciate. I certainly appreciate that about it. I'm really curious what they do in, chapter, what the fuck? The next chapter, the island chapter. There's also a good amount of backtracking in there, and I'm wondering if they cut that down as well. If they cut it down to, like, 3 trips, or, like, 1 trip, or... if they cut it down to, like, 2 trips, maybe, rather than, like, 3. What the deal will be there. I look forward to finding out. I guess I will before the next stream. This is a good moon. This here's a good moon. I like how you fall on the zipper and you end up where you're going. It's a good trick. I'm gonna die to get back to the thing. I'll say also, I have discovered 2 good, really great, actually. I'll say great. 2 great quality of life changes that they made in this version. One is that they have completely reworked how the fast travel pipes worked in the game. Previously, there were 4 pipes that were restricted to you could only get after you could only enter after you got certain hammers. You had to get the certain hammer, at which point you could open up the 4 pipes, 2 at a time. Right? Once you got 1 hammer upgrade, you get 1 set of them. Once you got the other ones, you get another set. The new way of doing it is that there's just a big room with 7 pipes in it that lead you to the 7 worlds. And they go pretty much direct. Even, you know, even the places that already hook up via, even the places that already hook up via, the sewer system, they also get connections. So, you know, you can go to chapter 4 from there. You can go to chapter 3, even though you could just take the blimp. All this, basically what that means is it's gonna be a lot easier to get around and to do, like, completionist style stuff. Also, for a part that happens later in the game, for a part that happens later on, it's gonna be much easier. A part later in the game is going to be much easier to manage, where you have to backtrack a bunch. the fact that you don't have to like navigate the sewer and go like, okay, I'm going to World 4 now. Oh, we're going to World 5. I guess I gotta get on the fucking. I gotta go get a boat. No, that's not true. World 5 had a pipe before. I have to go to World 3. I guess I gotta get a blimp. That much was true. Now you'll just go with them like, okay, World 1, World 2, easy, easy, easy. That sounds lovely. And I'll say, like, TPYD has always been, like, a top 5 game for me. But I would admit that it had problems, and that's why it would never be, like, higher than top 5. You know, it had... always had issues with. I like how this water had has like bubbly, refractive colors. Oh jeez, it's a nut! This is what I get for not going into here until the very end game and skipping that this passage every time. Where do I plant this nut? Okay. Did I ever talk to the pirate lady? The lady who likes pirates? I forget. I should probably double check that at some point. Nice that that's checked off. I think they've done a lot of quality of life stuff that's good. I'll say some of the minor changes that feel a little less necessary do irk me, but we'll say overall, this is probably the definitive way to play it. Play the game. Not that, you know, I'll never play the Switch, the GameCube version again. Nah, no, I think I will. I think I definitely will at some point in my life. But definitely good enough where I wouldn't mind playing this one in the future rather than ever going back to the original. And geez, I hope that it's successful enough to hey, what's up? I hope that it's successful enough where Nintendo gets the idea to just make more of Paper Mario 1000-Year Door. Make more in that style, specifically. Which I think would be great. They haven't made that sort of game in... Pretty gotten this lady. They haven't made this style game in like 20 years. And I gotta hope, right, that this is so successful that they're like, okay, fuck it. Fuck all the previous things that we've done. Fuck that other thing that we, you know, did instead of the traditional style. We'll do the traditional style from here on out. And also, we're sorry. I hope they say that. I hope that's how this goes. And I'll say, I think the design space for Paper Mario style combat is fucking wide open. There's been like one indie game and 0 other games since the original that really speaks as that similar thing. Like, closest that you could come up with would be like, well, I feel like there's an argument to be made that Sea of Stars has a little bit of Paper Mario influence, but more Chrono Trigger than that. And there's also the indie one, and there's a couple of other indie ones that are like maybe going to come out one day. many more do we have here? Geez, still a lot. It's like 10, 11. All in such a small space. All in such a famously small space. You gotta do the corridor. You gotta do the corridor there. I turned around because I saw a nut, but I gotta go back and do it. How's about another card? This one's related, so it makes sense to do it right now before we forget about TTYD. Let's throw around some Paper Mario style RPG type game ideas. I've been thinking about this recently because I feel like the design space is just so open, just so expansive that you could really do a lot with Paper Mario. And more than that, you could do a lot with like a Paper Mario style game. It doesn't have to be explicitly Paper Mario. You know, it can be an indie one. It can be something entirely new. Hell, it could even be another franchise. One thing that I have said before, one idea I have thrown around before in the past, as far as this sort of thing goes, is that I think it'd be really damn cool, as far as like the simplest sort of expansion of the system goes. Right, you could take what is already there in Paper Mario and just say like, okay, you know the badge customization that's on Mario? Just put that sort of thing on like every character, every partner. So you are customizing your partners, not just upgrading them, but also like choosing if they have certain perks, certain moves. Maybe it's like a skill tree situation where like, okay, I can either have it so that Bobbery, when his bomb goes off, I'm saying Bobbery as an example, when his bomb goes off, he knocks back whoever he explodes into the guy behind him, and they both take additional damage if there is someone behind. Or he gets like an AoE attack that costs like 4 or 5, maybe it costs like 5 FP, but hits everything, even stuff that's in the air. Does he have that already? You know, you put choices like that, where, like, okay, it makes sense in this context, where, like, okay, I'm facing a lot of guys in the air with just the right amount of health, okay, I want this move. Whereas in some cases, other cases, you might want to switch it back and be like, you know, okay, I'm going to unequip that, if it's a badge system. I'm going to change up my skill tree selection, if it's a skill tree that is, that you can go back on, like, some of the StarCraft expansions campaigns had. I think that'd be the way to do it, by the way. Make it all undoable at a moment's notice. Let's say in this case, like, oh, I'm fighting with bombs, and when I hit them the first time, when they take damage once, they prime. So the second time, when they get blown back, they're gonna knock into each other and blow each other up. That sounds pretty good. You know, there would be cases where one badge is more strategic than another badge, where one option is more strategic than another. And I think it'd be interesting to be constantly thinking about, like, okay, what partners, how can I adjust these partners to cover all the enemies I'm fighting, etc., etc. I'll also say it doesn't need to be like a traditional Paper Mario type game, you know? You don't have to just have... It doesn't have to be like, oh, you get like, you know, 8 partners, and that's it. You could do something more like, almost like a Pokemon game where you're collecting your buddies, and maybe you have like 30 or something that you can collect and match and mix and match, and they all have strengths and weaknesses that are more or less suited to each individual world. I was thinking about this earlier today, and specifically thinking stuff like, okay, well, you'd have to complicate things more than in Paper Mario if you had that many partners. And honestly, I think you might need to, in any case. It would just be a good idea to make it so, like, okay, it's a struggle to make that many unique ways to attack where one character is going to be uniquely useful for some specific enemy, right? It'd be much easier to say if, like, okay, well, these guys are weak to fire, so this guy does fire. Or it could be something like terrain-based, right? Like, okay, we're fighting mostly in rocky conditions. This guy gets a bonus when he's in rocky conditions. It could be like Pokemon, you know, where there's like Sandy, that you can make a sandstorm in Pokemon, or a hailstorm or something. It could be like... you're building parties around, like, you know, the conditions you expect to encounter for a world, but also to use the elements that you need to bring to the field to deal with the enemies that you're dealing with, but also, you know, more complex strategies thereupon. I bet it would be really hard to figure out, like, how to do that properly, right? Would it be like a Pokemon-style thing? Or would it be like, yeah, the conditions are like sunny, stormy, it's all weather-based, and there's maybe like a weather gimmick to the game overall? Or would it be like, no, this guy, he uses water to turn... This guy can turn, like, a forest floor into a muddy forest floor. Or, like, dirt terrain into mud terrain, or forested terrain into rough terrain. You know, maybe burn it or something. Would that all be too fucking much? Would it maybe just behoove to be more like, no, well, whatever the terrain there is now, this guy can make it into whatever. Maybe there's enemies that also do that, so that you can't always just rely on, like, oh, this guy has an ability that only activates on grassy surfaces, so I use one partner to turn my thing into grass, and then this partner then combos off that. But it's not as good if the enemy is just immediately on their turn, like, I turn it into ice. I am an ice guy. I cannot exist unless it's ice. So I turn things into ice, and also I summon some reinforcements because fuck you. These are just some thoughts I had about, like, you know, the kind of things that can be fun in this sort of game. Make an enemy fun to fight. A consideration. I think that Thousand Year Door does a great job of doing that, despite not having that many tools. You know? Hell, there's one tool in there that's barely really used. The Hyper Goomba, the Hyper Koopa. Since you get Vivian so far into that chapter, you barely have any opportunity to, like, do the disappear thing and dodge attacks like you did in the first game. It all sort of happens automatically. Okay, yeah, I did do all those. Good. All that to say, I think the design space is largely open for that whole substack of, like, vaguely puzzle-like, somewhat puzzle-like RPGs. And, you know, there are, like, things I would, honestly, if I'm thinking about it, if I were making an RPG, I would absolutely take some shit from, take some inspiration from Sea of Stars. Sea of Stars, the lock system, wherein, if you don't know Sea of Stars, here's another thing we need to do. If you don't know Sea of Stars has a gimmick where enemies will start casting a spell, and a bunch of icons will appear over them. There'll be something like, blunt, stab. And basically what that means is you have to hit them with... Basically what that means is you have to hit them with the amount of blunt attacks and the amount of stab attacks before, and the amount of turns before they get a turn and get to cast their really powerful spell that could really hurt you if it's allowed to go off. Something like that, where you can mitigate an attack by, like, acting strategically, I think is a great wrinkle in a typical RPG combat system where the only way to mitigate damage, the only way to stop an attack is by killing them or using like a stun or something, which is rare, like a sleep stomp or a freeze. Very rare and unreliable, those two things, so, you know, typically it's just kill them. I would definitely look to that. I'd say, like, it doesn't have to be like a proper RPG. It could be like a roguelike. It could be like a this or like a that. It could be more of a side thing. All to say, I think there's a lot of unexplored space there. A lot of unexplored space there, and I hope that someday someone does explore some of these potential the design spaces I am laying out here. I think it is fertile. It is fertile ground. It is absolutely go from here. Hell yeah! Cool jump to do as well. I think there's a lot of design space left in that space, and I'll say, like, I have a full-time job. I'm not really that interested in making any of these ideas myself. Mario Maker is my one outlet as far as, like, level creation, game design type stuff goes, but it is fun to think about these things, and I hope there's a lot of people who love TTYD and Paper Mario, the original one, and who are absolutely have their heads full of ideas like this that could make something that's more than just, hey, it's Paper Mario, but it has fewer characters in it. Which is, I kind of low-key what I think that, Bug Fables is. I feel like Bug Fables just... I'll say, Bug Fables, I think there's things to learn from that as well. One of the things that I think that is great to learn is that if you don't have it so that you get more powerful as the game goes on, that doesn't feel as rewarding to me. You know, I definitely want that bump from doing 1 damage to doing 2 damage to doing 3 damage times 2, you know, 2 to 4 to 6 baseline. Like, that improvement, especially if you get power pluses, is just so delicious. I love it. Definitely have power pluses, I'll say. Hey. No ice in the Lake Kingdom, that's correct. No ice in most kingdoms, in fact. I'm gonna buy a few hints. I'm gonna go to the bathroom again. I gotta go. Got a little bit of a situation, I guess. You know, sometimes it is just... Sometimes it's like that. I'll say it's not bad. It's not like a Code Red situation, but it is a annoyance situation. I'm gonna go to take a break right now. Don't mind me. If you're watching the VOD, it'll be instant. Back. Buy a couple more. I don't want to get too blue, I'll say. You know. I'll say, sometimes I've had issues. You know, more than I'd like, honestly. And I've thanked my lucky stars. I've never, you know, been gotten into an indisposed state during a stream. such that I could not return and, you know, do a thing. It's not that bad today. Not that bad. Little talk. I'll say this. You ever have it such that when you stand up, I'll be as vague as possible. When you stand up, nothing really bad happened. You get the feeling of like, I should sit the fuck back down. I should stay here until I don't know. You ever get that feeling of like, I am not done yet, but I can't stay here forever. That's sort of where I'm at right now. It's fine. I'll manage perhaps a higher break interval than normal, but I think a perfectly fine one. Nothing wrong with a few brief breaks. Now just trying to think if, like, perfectly normal break interval is, like, a suitable stream name. I don't know if I really want to allude to, I know I've alluded to, like, entendres and such in stream titles before, I'm sure. But I feel like alluding to bathroom stuff is like a bridge too far. I know people who talk about that crap openly. Talk about, that sort of shit openly, and I love them for it. I love how they're willing to talk about their, you know, their irritable bowels. I think they are the bravest people in the world. That's not me. I have too much, I have too much modesty to, you know, go into the dirty details of that business. The Dirty Details is not a bad name for a stream either. I guess whenever I do Conker's Bad Fur Day, it will be unavoidable when we get to Slopperando. You know, the famously the shit area. Did I talk about Conker's Bad Fur Day during the Lego part and talk about how Slopperando is iconic and how you know, given that brown Legos, I think, might be uncommon, Slopperando might be worth getting just for getting a shit ton, of, brown Legos. Literal shit ton. Oh, there's one in the shop, duh. How many more do we have left? 4. Very good. The Dirty Details is an acceptable compromise between perfectly normal poopin' and some other not yeah. I'll say it's fine. I'll say again, it's not a problem tonight. Just I am wondering what I ate differently from normal, I guess. I did have this morning. I'll talk about it maybe a little bit later, but I have been trying, like, some different food stuff. Like, I thought, like, okay, well, on some mornings, I have trouble, like, getting the energy to, specifically ones where I'm not going to work to the office, like, immediately. And today I didn't go to the office immediately because there was, like, a big rainstorm, big thunderstorm, horrible conditions. Everyone worked from home either for the entire day or until, like, the afternoon. In fact, most people didn't come in, even in the afternoon. I feel foolish for having come in. Well, not foolish, but I guess I didn't have to. Still, it was helpful too, and I don't mind commuting for, you know, a commute length of the day. That's fine. What else do I need to get? I got this breakfast cereal. I decided to try to get some healthy breakfast cereal. One that was like, looked like it had a lot of the stuff that Blueberry Morning used to have. And another that's like Kellogg's Blueberry cereal. And I put those two together, hoping to replicate the old Blueberry Morning that no longer exists. And I was kind of bummed out. Insofar as, yeah, I don't think that was successful. I think that, I did not make Blueberry Morning. Ugh. I have a macro on stream elements that I can do, where if I put in exclamation point emergency ending, it'll do something like, oh, I'm sorry, I can't go live right now. The stream is going to end without a proper ending. Something came up, etc., etc. Your levels will be played at another time or some shit. I've had that for ages set up. I've never needed it. I hope I never do. I guess if it were to come to that, I would end the stream and then maybe record like resume the recording and like do a sign off like after. Or maybe I would do one like days later. Let's say if it's let's say it's not a pooping emergency. Let's say it's a different kind of emergency. Emergency in the family. I get a call saying like, we gotta, you know, stop what you're doing. A bad thing happened to family member. Hopefully the oldest one. You know, I gotta... God forbid, you know, God forbid it's anyone other than my 90-year-old grandmother. But if that were to happen, like, yeah, I guess I would have to just stop what I'm doing, go somewhere to be with family. You know, if that were to happen, like, that would be a case where I would stop the stream, stop the recording, and then maybe record later like, okay, hey. So, something's come up. Something came up, I had to stop. This is a little post-facto thing. I would record something so that the VOD wouldn't just end on a cliffhanger of like, something's happening. I didn't plan this to talk about any of what I'm talking about now. By the way, I'll say, I bet be this. But, you know, sometimes streams go in unexpected directions. And isn't that the magic of them? I think we 100%ed this level. Unless there's one of the photo pictures is there. Photo pictures? I think that might be everything. Yes. That is everything except for purple coins. Which at this point, I really hope we don't need all the purple coins. I hope we can just leave a bunch of them uncollected and it'll be fine. If we do need them, then I don't know what we'll do. Let me make sure there's not like a pillar to ground pound between somewhere in the underwater city. But I don't see where there would be one. Except maybe against a wall somewhere. Ah, here it is. Here must be it. I think pirates can swim, but okay. Are these the same broken pillars, or are these different broken pillars? I'm not sure, but let's humor them. Let's see if this, does the trick. Obviously, they mean this particular outfit. It'd be fun if you could do swim trunks or something else. But that's not how this works. You need the outfit from this kingdom. It's a good thing I remember which one it was. Oh, I guess you can tell. You can go to the shop. You can go to the shop and, like, okay, let me see that picture again. There should be an almost all the way destroyed pillar. These really look like the pillars, though. Like, the pattern on them, with the up and the down, really looks like the ones from this world. But they just don't match. This one? Oh, maybe this one. Here we go. Here it is. Grab some coins while I'm here. Fantastic. I think that does it for Lake Kingdom. Hope no one minds how blue I got. Shit happens. Yeah. Puns. Most puns unintended. Unintended dirty puns? No, that doesn't work. It's not specific enough. Crappy unintended puns. I can workshop it after I'm no longer streaming. After the stream is over. Let's think. Where do we want to go now? Let's go and take care of, well, first off, I can delete these two. Bowser's Kingdom. Bowser's Kingdom, that's where we're going. Yippee. I have another card here, which I'll do maybe a little bit into this. Bowser's Kingdom. We are not dressed for Bowser's Kingdom. Let's dress up a little bit. I can't go here looking like a scuba diver. Let's take stock here. We've finished basically 2 worlds tonight. 2 kingdoms. All nice and good and complete style. Put on the hat and yeah, I'll dress as a monkey. Dress as Diddy Kong, why not? That's fine. That just looks weird. Mario looks weird with a tail. Samurai outfit. We'll put on the samurai outfit. That's the outfit of this land. Let's go. Let's do it. How much do we need in this world? Ooh, wow. It's 24 moons. Okay, that's not terrible. That's not as bad as it could be. And worth noting, we also have 2 additional moons to remember. We gotta get this one. Ignore those. We gotta get this one. We gotta get, isn't there another one in Bowser's Kingdom? These ones are... I should probably copy it. Can I get that up at the top? No. Well, we'll have to remember this when we get the Lost Kingdom, I guess. But that's there. Bowser. And I guess, is that it? This one isn't pink, is it? And this doesn't look like Bowser's to me. I guess it's just that one. Yeah, Bowser's, it's green. Let's go. I think let's just work our way up and get the ones that I know are for sure. For sure. And we'll, pick them up along the way. Any additional ones we just snag by being in the area. That's nice. It's like 11 o'clock. 11:00 something or other. Been more breaks than usual for, you know. I'll say just, you know, not really anything severe. No, I don't have, the worst issues right now. Nothing too loose, if you catch my drift. But, I'm not sure, like, how long we've actually been going, like, playtime-wise. We did also start a little late. I think this one might be the last. I definitely did this. Before. I think this one might be the last world for now. I think this would be a good ending point. I'll also stop by Mushroom Kingdom and just grab that, and grab, like, that hint moon. Maybe, you know what, we'll do like a little bit of a bonus round where I just round up all the hint art and anything else I see along the way, but not completing any of those worlds in so doing. Just merely getting their hint art. And that way we can maybe stop giving as much of a fuck about hint art and just relax. Also, it's worth noting there's probably hint art that we've forgotten about or didn't see earlier that we need to be on the lookout for. It is also worth noting that while a lot of these kingdoms are quote-unquote finished, if it turns out we need to get every purple coin for 100% for all moons, then, yeah, I guess we'll have an episode where I just purple coin hunt. I feel like I've already, like, poured over these levels to a point where how much can be left? How about a card? Y'all find it difficult to spare time for meals. This actually goes into what I was saying earlier about food stuff. I've noticed there's like a pattern in like my eating trends recently. And this was the case when I was, you know, with my previous job as well, when it went to remote. And I sort of thought nothing of it, but now having some remote days and some hybrid, working a hybrid job, you know, having some remote days, some non-remote days, I am beginning to realize that it's much easier to maintain healthy eating practices on days where I go into the office. You understand? I find myself on those days, like, thinking, like, okay, well, I gotta eat before I leave, right? I gotta eat before I leave because I can't have breakfast once I go to the office, and I need to be in the office by 9 o'clock. You know, that's a pretty loose start time, I'll say, but, you know. So first thing, I'm always just like, okay, I'm gonna have some breakfast. I get up, I have some breakfast. It's breakfast time. Okay, making breakfast, making eggs. Making eggs with some bagels, and if I have an orange from HEB, I'll throw in an orange, sure. But on the days where I'm working from home, it's just like, yeah, I'll roll out of bed. I'll do the morning meeting from bed. Or, you know, I'll just basically roll out of bed into the... I'll roll out of bed into the morning meeting. And, you know, log in and stuff from there. And just sort of roll right into work. Not taking any time to eat or anything. Just getting an extra half hour of sleep. Which is very handy, considering that I do often stream on days before my work from home days. So, you know, tomorrow morning will be one such of those days. It's much easier to roll out of bed and just start working at, you know, a half hour later than I would have to wake up to eat on another day. And as a result, I find myself just very often just not having 3 square meals in a day. Sometimes not even having 2 square meals. This is especially the case on weekends if I sleep the fuck in. You know, if I sleep in all day, wake up at 3, I'll maybe just roll out of bed, start watching anime, and then, you know, around dinner time go like, dinner, yay. Pretty sure this is really bad to do it this way. And I really should be trying to rein that in, trying to have a proper number of meals. I've been thinking, like, you know, solutions to that, right? Other than, oh, just take the 30 minutes it takes, I say 30 minutes, take the time it takes to make an egg on those days. Like, can I do more just, I take an egg out of a bag and it's just automatic practically. Or pre-made hard-boiled eggs, stuff like that. Or I bought some cereal. I was figuring, like, okay, well, I really probably shouldn't eat, like, a sugar cereal, like, on those days. Like, that's, if I'm being honest, in my experience, a sugar cereal will leave me crashing lower than if I just had nothing, if I just fasted through breakfast time. Which defeats the purpose of having breakfast if it leaves you having less energy than not eating at all. You know, but I was thinking, like, okay, let's go healthy then. Let's do like I found this one that's like, it's keto safe. It has like these crunchy bits and these almonds and other such crunchy various things, and that kind of made me think, okay, I remember Blueberry Morning. It wasn't just blueberries. It also had like a bunch of little crumbly bits and a bunch of little crunchy bits and some almonds. And yeah, just like that. And I tried it, putting it and Kellogg's blueberry cereal that's not Blueberry Morning together, and no, it's not Blueberry Morning. It's nothing close to Blueberry Morning. If there's a way to get Blueberry Morning still in America, I would love to know, because that's gotta be the closest I come to a cereal that's health conscious. I guess I should figure out if there's another fast, no fuss, no effort cereal that I can do. And I'll say, honestly, I would prefer to have some sort of meat component to it, because do think that without meat, you know, just pure carbs, right? A pure carb meal will come off as kind of hollow, in my experience, and, you know, is prone to the same problems that any, like, breakfast cereal dinner is, breakfast cereal breakfast is prone to, of just that energy crash, and of course of being notoriously bad for you. Maybe I could mix a tasty cereal with something that has the crunchy, healthy bits that are supposed to be good for you. I don't know. Maybe cereal is just also not a good solution. I'll say I don't have that many bowls, and I don't love doing the dishes that often, you understand. And if I am constantly dirtying bowls by having bowls of cereal in addition to bowls of ice cream, then, you know, I'm just speeding up the time it takes to have to do a load of dishes. And even if I were to say, do something obvious like, okay, well, you have not enough dishes then, get more dishes. I'll say even then I have a problem where, quite honestly, my dishwasher can't take that many more dishes than what I have when it's at capacity. I can't load it full, any more full than it goes now. So I'm sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place, I suppose. I bet I haven't gotten that one. I would like to figure out something that's like quick and easy and fast and a protein-heavy meal that can get my day started in a rush. Weird hole, that didn't give me a moon. But sure, whatever. I guess I do know of such solutions, right? Like, you go to the store, you'll see, like, here's a thing of hard-boiled eggs. There's, like, a whole thing of them. And I did, you know, I did for a while when I was, I guess, working from home more regularly. I did those scramblers, you know those? Does anyone know those? Where you put 2 eggs into a thing, and then you put some mix-ins in that thing, and you microwave it for like a minute and a half, mix it, microwave it some more. Is this where the thing is? Six and 3. Oh, it's on one of these stones. This one? Very good. Sand Kingdom is 100% completed now. With that arch being, finished and all. I already did that room. So that's good. I got a lot of money. Got a lot of money. I can at least go in there and just confirm. I remember this room. There's nothing left here. Yep. Don't need it. Maybe I could get back into doing those. I'll say I kind of got sick of those scramblers. They're just not anywhere near good compared to just like a scrambled egg. You know, compared to scrambled egg, those egg scramblers are like trashed here, or like, you know, you're eating them and it's just like, it's alright. Almost like scrambled eggs. Its texture isn't great and the fix-ins are low quality, but whatever. I usually add some cheese of my own to those scramblers when I did them. I would add some cheese of my own. That was a good way of doing it, you know, just supplementing the crab cheese with some extra good shit. Some extra good cheese. Works well. I prefer, where possible, to have practical solutions to things like this, you know? Practical solutions to... I forget if I did this island. I guess I can look. Looks like I got it, but I'm here. I might as well confirm. Doesn't take more than a second. Hey, Rock Party. I was just talking about eating and stuff. I've been, I work from home, you know, a hybrid schedule. And I'm realizing working hybrid that on the days where I go to the office, it's much easier to find time for 3 square meals. I'll also say, whereas when I work from home, it's much easier to just roll out of bed, skip breakfast, you know, roll right into work, you know, get a half hour more sleep as a result, and just never come back around to it. I was wondering if other people have sort of the same experience. Is it like a hybrid versus, you know, is it like a remote versus non-remote mindset thing? I guess with remote in general, right? They always say you should force yourself to act normally, regardless of whether you're going to the office or not. And perhaps that's like the root of the problem with this. It's just that I'm treating the hybrid days much differently from regular days. Part of that is streaming. On hybrid days, if I stream the night before, I'll often spend my lunch break, or most of it, like, putting up the VODs from the previous night, making a thumbnail, doing a description, that sort of thing. And, well, you know, that takes a lot of the time that would go to going out somewhere. I don't go somewhere on those days, so, yeah. You always skip breakfast at Rock Party? I guess it's not just me who finds that it's such an expedient when you're working from home. Is that something that started when you started working from home? Would you say? When I don't work from home, when I'm not working from home, it's definitely like a, okay, well, I gotta get my food in. If I leave here, I can't have breakfast and it's over, and also I won't have the energy to stay awake. Maybe that's just more of a coincidence. You're just not a breakfast person? Gotcha. I like breakfast, it's just that I just find myself not prioritizing it when it's not convenient, I guess. It's a little bit out of the way. Rock Party, are you a Paper Mario man? What a bunch of shit! Ah! From what I remember, your name isn't based on Rock Hawk from Paper Mario, but maybe you have played Paper Mario. Maybe you would like it. TTYD is out now. If you ever playing it, pretty good, isn't it? I bet I haven't gotten this one. If it turns out I got this one, I'll be very bummed. You've never played a Paper Mario, but you own them. I guess that's pretty common for some people. I say some people, I don't mean that disparagingly, but I know that a lot of people, like, you know, buy things on Steam or whatever, never get around to it. I think I do get around to most of the games I buy, to the point where the games that I didn't dislike and never found time for, part of me always thinks like, oh man, I'd like to go back to X games at some point. I bet there's a million that I'm not thinking of that I've never finished, that I never will, though. What games would be like that? There was that Scarlet Nexus. Never got too far in, but I thought it was like fine. Some pretty decent like anime action game flair. Very, very anime, that one, but in a way that I was liking well enough. I found that Eastbound game to drag a lot. I say drag. It's more just that every part of it was really long, and I just couldn't find the energy to keep on keeping on with that. I think those would be the two biggest regrets from the last, like, 5 years. And honestly, I feel like because I dropped off them, how good that can they be, right? Like, that is definitely a thought that goes through my mind, but at the same time... I already got it! Fuck! Damn it. No, I already got that. That one. Not really my style to buy games I'm not finished. I guess there are a good amount of games on Game Pass where I played them and thought like, oh yeah, this seems good. I'd like to come back to this at some point and just, you know, things get busy. Probably most notably, I did start Resident Evil 2, the remake, like a couple months ago. I say a couple months ago. That was probably, what, like February? Yeah, that's still a couple months ago at this point. I would like to get back to that and play through it, but maybe do more with the Resident Evil games in general. Like, actually play them. But, well, where do you find the time? That is the eternal question when it comes to things like this. I had a bit of an unemployment time last year, and still didn't find the time to return to games. I guess also that was because I was streaming and doing other things in my free time during that span, but I do think about that and just go like, man, like, I could not catch up on all my backlogs, even with all the free time that unemployment, I'm not gonna say offers, entails. So, what the fuck does that tell you about my, you know, all the things I want to do in my life? Impractical, that's what. Never going to get around to everything. Might as well just enjoy the moment, I guess. I guess if I have one thing that's in my backlog that I feel the most guilty about right now, right just now, it would be the fact that I still have 3 more levels to make in my super world, and 40, and I haven't made a level since last year. Like, last couple months of last year even. It's been so long. I need to find that rhythm and get back in the swing of Mario making. And I somehow need to do this while also catching up on Twitch clips, keeping the YouTube shorts coming. There's reviews on the backlog that I would like to catch up on. I still watch a ton of anime. Keeping up on that. I say I need to, I'd like to. No one needs me to watch 20 anime shows in a season, but I insist. I insist on doing that because I like it. I like to do it. Now, the regularness of life, I suppose, can be just difficult in general. Difficult to catch up on stuff, difficult to make time, to find the energy to do things. I'll say it's not that I don't have time. There's a lot of afternoons, evenings where I'm just in the mood to do nothing, right? Like, I'll play a video game, I'll watch something. It's been nice having DTYD to play this last weekend, where like, oh crap, I'll play that and have a good time before the stream, rather than just like watching anime and then just going like, I don't know what to do with the next hour before the stream. I don't really know. Like, I'm not gonna start something an hour before a stream. And, you know, a lot of the things I want to do, they could take a while if, like, creative juices don't flow. If there's a blockage in the juices, the good juices. I think I got this one. Also, we are making sure to get all the checkmark moons on the way, right? Yes, there's just that one over there that's in the moon. It's in the moon dealie. Right. And also, in addition to all the things I just said, also work a day job. And, you know, do a good enough job such that I can continue doing the day job and, you know, for forever. And make a bunch of money. So I can have things that are nice. You know. I'll say I kind of low-key have no interest. Not that much interest of, like, being full-time on this in particular. You know what I mean? Like, not only do I know that it's a pipe dream, impractical lottery, essentially, and even then, you gotta win the lottery, and then you gotta win the second lottery, which is... Get out of here, guy. It's not enough just to have a following. You have to have a following that gives you, like, enough to have things and to pay rent every month. That's... Making money at all is hard. Is not something that everyone can do. Making good enough money to survive, like, that's an order of magnitude beyond just making money. You know what I mean? Like, it's one thing. It'd be impressive to make $1,000 a year streaming, but you can't live on $1,000 a year. That would be a lot. That would be a lot for me, I'll say, to make through streaming, but, you know, that don't pay the bills. So I would have to basically have orders and orders and orders of magnitude, so it's not really makes sense. I'll also say, I've tried, like, when I had time off, right? I've tried doing, like, daily streams. You know, I think, like, the first couple of years, maybe, I've at some point been like, okay, let's just this week, just a stream every day. A stream today, a stream tomorrow, a stream the next day. Just streams. and I found it to be very tiring. I found it to be just... I'd done this place before. Yes. Just after every stream... I'm feeling better, by the way, as far as the other stuff goes. Feeling better about that. I should go over to that thing, and then we'll get some hints as far as, like, more places to go. From Takatu and stuff. I tried it while I was on PTO once. I had a week off, you know, July 4th week, and I did a stream every day. Coincidentally, 2 of those streams are some of the ones that... Most of those streams are gone, but some of them were preserved, some of the few that were. Damn it, we're gonna have to double back to Sand Kingdom. Don't mind, it's fine. I have a vague feeling that something here, something interesting here. What is this? Where does it lead? Yeah. Feels good. Feels good. That feels good. When I was trying daily streams, I found that every day after the stream ended, my thoughts just immediately turned to like, okay, what am I doing tomorrow? I gotta start planning the next stream. I gotta stop prepping. And it was just a whole week without any breaks from that. Without any time where I said like, okay, time to stop thinking about streams. You know, tomorrow is just groceries and anime and relaxing, and this guy wants to see a Pokey. I can arrange that. I feel like any time wherein I've done like 3 streams in a row, 3 days in a row, that's about my limit as far as like, my absolute limit as far as like how many I'm willing to do in a row. 2, I've done regularly before. You know, like I've done a Thursday stream and a Friday stream. Throwing in a Saturday or a Wednesday stream, though, in addition to that, would be too much, especially because it would... Wednesday would connect Tuesday and Thursday. So, I'll do the math. I guess maybe I could do like 2... I have done weeks where I've done like 4 streams total, right? Some weeks just end up being heavy like that. Last week, I had a stream on Sunday. There's something over here. There's something. Those boxes. I had a stream on Tuesday, stream on Thursday, Friday, and then Sunday. That is practically 4 streams in a week, but we're separated up out enough where only the length of the Thursday and the Sunday streams really had me feeling that. I'll say in general, I can do a long stream. You know, I can manage, I can persevere, I can push through, and I can talk till the end. And usually, I don't need to go to the bath. I don't need that many breaks in a long stream. I've done 10-hour streams without taking a single break. I've done, you know, longer streams than tonight, I'll tell you, without taking a single break. And then, you know, I've done trips where I have gone on, I have, you know, I'll say, we'll do some more bathroom talk, I guess, whatever the fuck. I'll say, not particular. I'm not gonna get blue. Not blue in this bathroom talk. But I'll say, for what it's worth, I don't like being in bathrooms that have people in them. Okay? I can't do it. I won't. If I need privacy in a bathroom. You understand? And I will go out of my way to, you know, hold it to get that privacy. You know, like I have when I go to Universal, I have at times just said, like, around midday, like, okay, I feel like heading back to the hotel room just to, like, you know, take a nap or something, and also, you know, take a little bit of a breather. You understand what I'm getting at here? Like, yeah, no, I also will use the facilities while I'm there. That's a nice and private one that you can't get otherwise in a theme park. I'll say exceptions sometimes must be made. And, you know, if a bathroom is clean enough, if it's empty enough, I can get it done. You know, I have, like, previously had at my first job's office, as long as it was, you know, empty, I was happy to, I was fine with that. But, you know, at a theme park, you can't find an empty bathroom to save your life. Unless, I think I actually did manage to find one or two once or twice. Miracles. Goddamn miracles. It takes some miracles for that to happen. And also, just lack of any other option on my part. I just can't do it psychologically. Psychologically, I can't. I'm dying a lot here. It's fine. I'm lucky right now insofar as, in my current place, there are some, solo occupancy bathrooms that are like, you know, unigender, you know, unisex. Anyone can use them, which is really nice, and, I can always, if they're not occupied, I can always find some privacy there, and I don't have to stress out and, you know, worry like, oh, is someone gonna come in? Am I gonna have to stop? I know that's a weird thing to say, but that's just how my brain works. I can't do it. Can't do it. That's just a stressor in most restrooms. And if it's really dirty, I just can't. I just like a smelly public bathroom, like, no. I'll say, whenever I go to the movies, right? I always make sure to go right before I leave. Also true of a stream. I always go right before the stream starts. And hopefully that's enough to, like, you know, it's strategic, right? I'm making it so that, okay, for the next 3 hours, I am as far from needing to go as I can possibly be. Okay, okay. And same way with, like, planes and stuff. With planes and airports, I cannot do it in an airport bathroom. They oftentimes don't have doors. That's intolerable to me. I cannot do that. No. I can't. Just can't. But I can do it in the airplane bathroom, because the airplane bathroom has a, you know, single occupancy. It's fine. It's a little, you know, unpleasant because you have all the sound of, like, the airplane and all that. It's not exactly the most pleasant place to go, but I can make it work. And, you know, I've been to Japan. I've been on a 13-hour flight. You know, it's not like I can humanly avoid, you know, engaging with those toilets. That would be like the kind of limitation you would have if you were a vampire and you could not travel on a plane in case someone opened a window and the sun got in. You know, unless you charted it out. You know, that would be like I would have to consider alternate transportations. That wasn't a thing. I'm good at going the distance, at just dealing with it. I'll say on theme park days, it's odd. If it's hot outside, I think sweating helps to relieve some pressure. And then you can just go until the end of the day and, you know, whatever. A lot of bathroom talk today. Also some honesty. I'll say that is definitely a thing that I forgot I need that fucking guy. Actually need that guy. I know this kind of anxiety has a name. You know, people have it. I'm not alone in this. You know, it's like a never nude situation, but less comical. And more just, yeah, no, I just gotta plan out and, you know, before I leave the house, plan accordingly. If I can find, like, a nice private place in the middle of a trip to take care of things, that just feels real nice and good, and I can go like, okay, I can enjoy the rest of the day without stress. And also, I hope to God, like, okay, I don't believe in God, but I goddamn pray in a rhetorical sense, not a literal sense. That, like, man, if ever I'm walking, like, for 3 miles or whatever outside, a 3-mile walk away from my car, I hope nothing goes wrong. I hope that I'm, you know, I hope that I'm always able to make it back to my car whenever there is any sort of, like, sudden pressing need. I'm sure, I don't really understand how this shit works. Haha. I don't really understand how this shit works if it's a matter of, like, oh, well, if you ate better, you know, less fast food, less bullshit, maybe you would have better health, but I don't know. I eat a lot of my parents' cooking. My parents are, like, you know, health conscious at least. I also eat Stouffer's and fast food and shit, but not like that's all I eat. And I eat eggs and bagels. Well, bagels, carbs. How good How good for you can that be? But I don't think I necessarily am ruining my body with food that I'm eating. I don't know that, like, not that I have issues super often. And more, it's just, like, psychological, I know. But, yeah. How about a moratorium on the bathroom talk? Yeah, that's probably a good idea. You're basically going all the way down the mountain? That's cool. The mountain. There's no mountain here. It's just a bunch of buildings. Feels like a mountain, though. I guess... Oh, well, there are mountains. There are... Some of them are floating. Some of them are not. This one's floating. That one's a mountain. Or it's a building shaped like a mountain. I'll say this is one of the cooler worlds there is in this game. What with the swirling clouds, what with the all the different colors of clouds, and such a surprising left turn for Bowser's Castle to be the Japanese style castle rather than the American style castle it always is in previous games. That is just inspired. I know, on some level, no amount of praising this world will make up for or change that the first, the last, 10, 15 minutes we're talking about, you know, bathrooms and such things. But, hopefully it helps. I think after we get these two, let me check, actually. I got 10 left that can meet... Oh, wait. There's one right the fuck there. Look at that. How the hell do you get over there? I was not over the thing in that case. I was gonna die. How about another card? I think I have like one or two. Looking forward to the Haikyuu movie in theaters Thursday. Haikyuu, my very favorite sports anime, is finally having its next installment, which is a movie. It's just a movie. Wherein they will be doing a big climactic match that low-key viewers such as myself have been looking forward to since very early in the show's history, where it was set up like, you know, these two schools, these two guys, they have a rivalry. They have a long-standing rivalry. I'll not say who's in particular, but suffice it to say, I guess the name of the movie literally tells you who it is. If you were to see in passing the name of the movie, it would allude to the fated match that was localized differently in the original Crunchyroll subs. But all that being said, that big match is happening. It's going to be 2 hours long, I guess, or whatever. I don't know. I didn't actually look at the length. Maybe it's 90 minutes. Maybe it's more than 2 hours. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be climactic, and I'm kind of sad. And though I'm kind of sad that they are ending it only in 2 movies rather than, say, a movie in 2 seasons. Or a movie in 1 season that's, like, full 24-episode length. I mean, they got, like, 2 more matches left, if assuming that they win both of them. So I'm a little bit confused about how the hell that works. Maybe they lose. Maybe they lose. They can't lose. They're the main character team. Spoiler, they didn't lose yet. I guess it's a spoiler to say they haven't lost their current run of things yet. But you can probably tell that they haven't lost on account of there's more show, and there's a movie. One of those things where it's exciting in the moment and you don't know what's going to happen, but eventually, unless it's the first season, and eventually, when you're getting to the very, very end, they gotta win. I also haven't finished, I haven't finished, like, Season 2 of Korko's Basketball, and I know that there's, like, a movie that, like, ends Korko's Basketball after that. I really need to get around to finishing that, too. I assume they win. But it's also possible that the other team wins the whole kit and caboodle. Maybe they get to the finals or something, I don't know. I am curious about that, but not curious enough where like fast track it. I got a million things going on. It's hard to find time to watch things that aren't just being released one episode at a time, where it's easy to make, you know, a half hour for every week. It's easier for me to make a half hour for something every week. It's much harder to make, like, 10 hours for something anytime I want, right? Even if, over the course of X weeks, that is a half hour every week. You know? If there's not a implied routine, a implied schedule, it just ends up more difficult. Let's go to that island over there and just like make sure that there's nothing obvious over on this side. Now there's, did I catch these fucking rabbits? I'm not sure if I caught these rabbits, but let's be safe. I wish there was always an indicator if you had done a particular moon, like just looking at the guy, without necessarily redoing the thing that you have to do. Like if the musical clefs were like grayed out or something, that would help a lot. Would have thought it was like that in the first place, but maybe memory is a treacherous thing. I guess I don't remember every detail about this wonderful, wonderful game. I guess it also doesn't hurt to redo it, other than I am losing time in a stream series that's gonna be pretty long, all told, right? Like, I'm not sure how much progress we've made this time. We've cleared out multiple worlds, so it's gotta be pretty good, but we definitely are going slower than, you know, back when we were doing 100 moons an episode. I think it's still around 100 moons, but we might be in store for like 2 or 3 more streams past this one of this game. Did I do this? Yes, I did. Quick break. Again, sorry about this. Alright, I am back. I realize it occurs to me a thing that I ate yesterday that I don't usually eat. I did have an onigiri. I've been kind of low-key interested in trying an onigiri. And I heard they had them in H-E-B in their sushi section. And I'll say I don't think I like the sushi at H-E-B. I tried it once, and I think the problem was originally, the problem was like, oh, I let it get cold. I let it just go in the fridge for a bit. You're supposed to just eat it right out. And this time, another time I tried it, and I just ate it straight up, and was like, yeah, this is mediocre, not good. Which made me think like, yeah, if I want sushi, go to a restaurant. And it might be the same of onigiri. Maybe that's a stretch, but also, maybe also get a different flavor, because they had like this imitation crab stuff that was just like imitation crab meat, which, looking around, it doesn't seem like a particularly traditional, like, you know, onigiri ingredient anyway, for what it's worth. Like, I'm not, like, trying, like, a traditional thing by having this crab salad, onigiri. And also with, like, sushi sauce. Do onigiri typically have sushi sauce in them? Like, the same sort of seasoning? That seems a bit weird to me. I think it would probably be better without it. In case in fact, I kind of do want to try like an actual honest to god onigiri at some point, so I can like, you know, and I do have plans in, like, okay, well, I saw a video saying, like, oh, in Japan, they're actually having a new kind of onigiri. It's a little bit more like a sandwich-sized onigiri, like it's wide and flat, not triangle-shaped, and you can eat it more like a sandwich. And I think, like, oh, wow, that sounds really cool, actually. I might want to try that out. I might want to try that onigiri out, but, you know, certainly I'll keep an eye out for somewhere where it's, like, nice and probably authentic. Get, like, a nice, regular-ass onigiri. I read that, like, the most popular flavor right now of onigiri is, like, a tuna mayo, which, you know, fuck, man. Tuna, mayo, and rice. You can't go wrong with any of that. I think it's the imitation crab and the sushi sauce that I didn't care for with the one that I tried the other day. Like, what exactly sushi sauce? Do onigiri typically have sushi sauce? Like, I like sushi well enough, at least I like a rainbow roll. But necessarily I need a fishy flavor in an onigiri. It's just supposed to be like rice and good stuff, right? Rice and something or other. Maybe like a fish flakes, which is different from the sauce. I think it did have those flakes in it. I don't know if that made like a difference to my perception or not, but yeah. Maybe that's part of it. Wasn't wild about it in the first place, I'll say, even before 24 hours later rolled around. And I did have also some like other snacks and stuff of a fun nature, you know. I'm at the HEB, I see things that I don't recognize. I'm gonna buy some hints, by the way. Let's just figure out where the rest of the stuff is. It's nice. Okay, let's see now. How many do we got? There's 8 left. I think I'm probably, like, pretty close to getting hints for all of them. One of them is fishing, I think. That one's probably, like, a rumble one. I'll buy one more. That's gotta be the last one, though. I'll buy one more. Okay, I'll just complete me. I only have, like, 8? There we go. Yeah, that's it. I should really try using an amiibo one of these times. Next time, remind me, next Monday at 7 o'clock, bring amiibos over. Amigos is what it chose to hear. Oh right, we only got one here. Shit. I completely blanked on getting a second one in the area. Whoops. Of the Haikyuu movie, going back to the Haikyuu movie for 2 seconds. I'm really excited to see it. I imagine I'll have all sorts of thoughts about it on the next Friday stream, unless I haven't seen it, in which case I'll have opinions on it, like probably the Tuesday after that. It's in theaters for like a whole for like a whole, week or so. It's not like a one-time thing. That's what you get when it's a popular enough series, like when it's on the level of oh, here we go. It's this way. I might have to escort someone over here before I can do that, though. Let me just do that just to be sure. When a show is popular enough where it doesn't just get one night, it gets a whole week, that's nice. And it means if you are busy on that particular day, you don't have to just wait 5 years for it to come out. That does remind me, I know that the Japanese Blu-ray of the latest Rascal movie is, I believe, coming up sometime in the sometime soon here, sometime in like June or July. I have to keep an eye out for that, and also probably, buy the Blu-ray for the other one. I missed it. I missed those ones in theaters, so I have to buy the Blu-ray of them. When they're available on Blu-ray, I'll watch them on Blu-ray. That's right. Oh, of course. What else would you do with a, anime movie that refuses to let you go into a theater and see it for money? Obviously, you'll spend money in a different way. No? With a Blu-ray. Hey! Oh, wow, you can... It's possible to skip the guys altogether, isn't it? I bet I can get from here to, I mean, it's not important, I already got it, but I'm curious to see if I can. Yeah, it's not important, let's go. I bet you totally can skip those two dudes, though. Lovely. Need to keep an eye out for whenever that hits legitimate Blu-ray, hits Blu-ray and becomes available in a place where I can, get to it. A Blu-ray store. No, the Blu-ray store. Everyone knows the Blu-ray store. Or where they buy their Blu-rays. I'm having some, what's the word? Flashbacks? Memories? I think this is where, well, the first time I played the game, where I found the last, where the last of the purple coins were on Bowser's head down there. Are they that's the case this time? It may well be. This is a good place to hide secrets. I don't think anyone would think to jump down on this big cool Bowser head. Am I being silly, or would everyone think that? It's a big fucking cool Bowser head. How are you not immediately going down and hanging out on it? Maybe this is everyone's first thought, actually. It's like, oh, I gotta jump into his mouth and die. In Japan, they have castles like this. They still exist. Some of them are just tourist attractions. Some of them are real. And also tourist attractions. It's cool. I don't see any more purple coins. I reckon the one side is all there is. Okay, well, there's something down here, so I need to definitely do something. Ground pound, maybe. I'll say this. We're going to finish Bowser's. Then we're going to do a little bit of a art tour. And I'm going to do... Fuck. A couple of stray moons that are art-based, you know. So that we can stop having to hedge our... we completed this world with... Except for the art moons. You know, like, no, these kingdoms are being completed. We have completed them. We will have in the future. There we go, it's the nose. I guess the thing is, because you wouldn't think you'd be able to come back from here, but there's a warp point. Cool thing. Okay, that'll be fishing, so gotta get a guy to fish with. I need a Koopa. I need a Lack Koopa. A Lack Koopa. I'll say at this point in the game, there are a few hard challenges, which I think we're going to save until very near the end. In particular, there's like a couple of bonuses in Dark Side, which I think might be the most challenging bonuses areas in the game. I think Dark Side might play host to... I think Dark Side might play host to the most challenging moons in the game as far as challenge levels go. The fuck? Why is it vanishing? I guess let's try to be stealthy or something. Is that it right there? Or is that one of the small ones again? I'll say, as far as the challenge rooms go, those ones are probably the hardest ones. But as far as, like, the most dreadful, challenging, scary moons go, I think look no further than Jump Rope. I am not sure how many tries, how much effort it will take to do Jump Rope. Ah! What's he doing there? Uchi. Okay. Uchi was there. Yes. That is what happened. I'm okay with that. Why do I get the feeling there's something behind this wall? We already talked to Captain Toad, right? Yeah. I've already been here this stream. That's why. Okay, actually, I think all of them are in this lower courtyard area. Lovely. There's a couple on this wall. Maybe redirect these things into the to the thing, you know, the bombs into the blocks. How do we use this one? That's just a heart. Is there like something down this wall? Oh, there's something down there. Okay, here's one. Hidden corridor under the floor. Cool. Great. I love how dense these worlds are and how just around every corner there's something hidden. Like, I definitely think this game is unrivaled insofar as, like, density of collectibles, of secrets, of goodies. There's the Sphinx. Ah! There's a moon. Oh. I'll say I need to sleep more. Go to sleep in a more reasonable time. More regularly. Game ending at like midnight, a little later than that is fine. Going any later though, things get out of hand fast. Ah, that's a picture. I am aware that I need to do that. Things get out of hand fast as far as, you know, that goes. I think the problem is that I don't just go to bed immediately after ending a stream. I like to unwind. I like to take a nice, relaxing soak. You know, I like to, maybe watch something. Watch some YouTube. Watch some anime. Relax a little. And, all that's timely. All that time consumes, like, at least an hour, all told. Maybe a little more. When you know, when you finish telling. Maybe more even than that. I'm feeling a break might be coming. Some point in the near future. Maybe between this kingdom and the cleanup. The cleanup. For once, I will spare you detail. Some detail spared. That's a there we go. That's a VOD name. Some detail spared. That's the kind of name you look at it and you go, what the fuck does that mean? And you know, it's when you understand it's related to like you understand the reference or the location. It's kind of funny. It kind of relates to a through line of the stream. But all that you have to unlock that. You don't just get that. And it's not you know, it doesn't make it sound like, wow, we're just over here talking about pooping. No. No! Perish the thoughts. I think I can push on. I think I can push on. Not that bad. Is it just poke and hole? I guess I didn't do this one earlier. I would have thought this one would be one I would have grabbed while I was in the area, but I guess I didn't. I guess, you know, the first time I'm here, I was just going through as fast as I could. Second time, just never got there. Ooh, we are so close to getting everything in this world. Let's just go by the souvenir shop, buy everything that we can do, even though we didn't get 3 purple coins. If purple coins end up being required, let's save that for, like, the last stream, practically. And just have, like, a big purple coin fucking roundup where I look up a guide on where they all are in the world and just try to figure out which one is most likely for me to have not gotten. And that'll be a whole process. And also we'll grind regular coins, and also we'll jump rope. But let's save that for, like, when we're all out of better things to do. When we have literally no options. Also, let's check here. I did this. Alright, good shit. Good shit. In the non-literal sense. Good shit in the non-literal sense. We are at 705. Yeah, we got about 80 moons stream, I would say. About 80. I think we'll get a bit more once we do this. What are we doing? Well, I want to do one lap around here to, let's see, to get the art moons sorted out. I'm tired of having to look at all these screenshots that I've saved, and I would like to also say that I have finished some kingdoms that I have I'm seeing moons and I want to get them, that I can chase this guy. Fuck you. I'll also grab some moons if they're right there. And I can get them while I'm in the neighborhood. I think right here I'm looking for a place where the cap sort of fills the moon. It's like gonna be right around here. Is this it? Is this what we gotta do? Well, there's a moon right there, and I can't not grab that. Ooh. What the fuck is imitation crab made of anyway? Honest question, I don't know. What is it? It's not crab. I don't even like regular crab. I don't like regular crab that much. Imitation crab. Even worse, I guess. It's like crab, but it's cheaper. Maybe like down there where... No, definitely. Maybe. How many do we need here? We need like 10. We'll do that another time. Maybe next time. Ooh, there's another art. Not sure if I've taken that picture before, but add to the art tour. Add to the art tour. Maybe it's something like, well, this isn't it, but there's coins here. I gotta grab them. Let me get a ride on a Goomba. Get this Goomba up here. Let me scare this guy and get this for free. I think I will. It's right here. I can't help myself. I can't help myself. I gotta do it. I gotta do it. It's right there. This one. Okay, clearly this is the wrong angle entirely. This cannot be it. And also I've gotten this one. Okay. Making another color. Game. Okay, let's see now. So a perspective where it fills the moon, where the hat sort of fills the moon entirely. Would be like right here. Here. Railing? Definitely too far to the side. This looks perfect. There we go. Kind of a tricky thing to dial in there. Okay, that's that one. Where is the Poochie one? Let me just Google Poochie int art Odyssey. Let me just look at IGN real fast, just for that one. I think I can figure out everything else. I'm just gonna... I know it's a level where the color of it is... Come on, give me the fucking find in tab. Find in page. Okay. Poochie. Ah, can't open this page. I love it. Fucking the internet is a fucking wasteland. This is an iPhone. Make your website work on an iPhone, people. They don't care. They served an ad, and now that the site crashed, they'll serve a second ad. It's fucked up. I didn't even see the ad, so maybe they don't. Maybe it's not as good of a deal as I make out. Poochie. The Gamer! Try the Gamer. Maybe the Gamer won't crash when I find in page. Fuck you, IGN. Find in page. Poochie. Poochie. Let's see. Head to Lost Kingdom, then to the things. Okay, that's a different Poochie. Poochie with a Y. Okay. This one at least doesn't crash when you search. Poochie shift sniffing a glowing spot in the Lake Kingdom. I believe that was the different one. Okay, I guess there's a lot of Poochie art here. Maybe Poochie isn't the most identifying thing. That fucking broke. It was doing so well. Can't open this page. Restart Chrome, restart your device. I don't know what the fuck. Maybe Chrome is just fucking busted. This is an iPhone. Popular thing. Poochie. Poochie. Okay. Let me look at this again. Poochie. Hint art. Rock. Where is this? Where is this? Maybe I should just look at a fucking video rather than trying to just. Here's one that looks a little better. Poochie Digging 3. That is found on Darkside. The Ruined Kingdom. Ah. Okay. Let me see the other hint art that I want to do. Which one is this? Which one is this from? 4C. It's got to be somewhere obvious. Relatively obvious. If you scroll too fast, the ads break everything. So, what the fuck? Shadow. It's Lost Kingdom. Okay. Good answer. Also, I am seeing ones that I don't have on there. So, I guess I'll say this will not be a comprehensive last of all time art thing. Maybe we'll just do art at the end to like wrap up at the end of every stream. Just grabbing a bunch of things that got that we missed. After tonight, it should be relatively short though, relatively fast. Apparently my nephew woke up at 5 a.m. and wouldn't sleep until 3. Huh. Go figure. That's babies for you. That does sound like a sleep schedule I have had before, it's true. That's what the joke is. My family's text. Sounds like his uncle. Yes. That is true. Okay, what's here? Anything here? Did I just come here for no reason? Crap. Okay, we need to fucking remember where to go. I think I did this one. And this one. Let's have some like sense here. We need to go Lost Kingdom. We need to go to Ruined Kingdom, Luncheon Kingdom, Sand Kingdom, Shiver Kingdom, Moon, Mushroom Kingdom. Those are most of the kingdoms in the game that I just listed out that we have to stop in. Where's that Sand Kingdom one? That Sand Kingdom one is near the edge, near a cactus. And you can see another edge, like, in the background. Maybe around here? Or maybe around here. I think let's take our ride. And peruse our options a bit. Okay. Okay, I think this is the one in the background. Yeah, that's definitely the one in the background. This one here. Same sort of lip. No cactus as well, so I have a dead giveaway. At the very least, now we can go over to here. Should have our cactus. Somewhere near the edge. This'll be it. Is it on the left side or the right side? Below. Or like distance away. I mean, I can check. I probably should just check. Or I could just get lucky. Or, yeah, eventually. Okay. Let's see. Thinking. Let me delete this. That's now done. Moon, Shiveria, ruined, Isles, and Isles. Next up is Isles. The Lost Kingdom. The tropical island thing. Oh. I might have been less zoomed in than I previously than I am for most of these streams. Doesn't matter. Okay, so this is where C3 is. Also, let me look at that one real fast. Okay, so it's digging on the roots. Okay, digging on the roots. On the roots of these trees. Lurk. This one, I just gotta get there and not die. Faster to come from above. How many are left here? Probably not very many. Like 11, yeah. No, it's right down to it. Is it this one or that one? Not sure if it's this one or the other one. It's this one. And, C4. Where's that on the map? 4C. So, basically, around here. Okay. Looking for either in this like corner here. I don't see it. Or it's on the other side. Somewhere in this big chunk. Well, I can't not grab that. I can't not get that when it's right in front of me. Oh, right here. It really looks like it's like a cliff or like a ledge. Well, it's just a bit of grass, it turns out. Huh. That's a... It looks like a wall there, but it's actually just a little lump. Little happy little lump. Okay. Delete both of these. Any others that I need to delete right now? No. We haven't gotten any of those other ones yet, so yeah, go ahead and do that. Okay. Let's go. Next stop, we got Moon, we got Shiveria, we got Luncheon, we got Ruined, and we got Mushroom. Next stop is Shiveria. Snow Kingdom. Sitting up. You gotta be somewhat systematic about this whole thing. I guess, you know, if we're talking like... What the fuck? That's right there. I can't not get that. I just can't do it. I just can't not get that. Again, what we're doing here is I'm just trying to get the hint art taken care of. Everything here, hint art-wise. So that's like at the racetrack. And, nothing else from Shiveria? Okay, good. I'm trying to get as much of the hint art sorted right now as I can. And if I grab a moon along the way that happens to be right on the path, then I will do that. It is late. After this will be the end of the stream. Gotta be there, right? Is that it? On the wall there? But yeah, this weekend, I'll say, yesterday, I guess I didn't talk about yesterday at all. Maybe that'd be a thing to talk about earlier. Obviously, I say obviously, I did a big, huge stream on Sunday, because it's a 3-day weekend, and I knew that I could just sleep Monday away. And guess what? I slept through like all of Monday. It was really nice. And then I watched like all the anime that had built up in the time since built up while I was doing stream stuff and otherwise was preoccupied. And otherwise just played some TTYD and relaxed. It's a very relaxing day. I basically did nothing. I went shopping, and I ate a onigiri, which I don't know if that was... I didn't really like the taste. The crab salad. I don't know what the fuck the deal is with that. How do you do this? Crab salad onigiri. I just don't get it. I don't know if, like, HEB carries, like, a bunch of weird flavors, and that was just the last one that was available. You know, at the end of a day. I was going at, like, as close to closing time. Pretty damn close to closing time, honestly. So, it kind of makes sense that they didn't have that much left, but... Is that not what we're looking at right now? Maybe I have to go to a specific one. Or like the one here by the archway. Maybe it's the archway one. Yeah, okay, they have multiple of them. This will be this one. It was a fine day. Just slow and, you know, it took me a while to get out of bed. Took me a while to start doing things. Once I did some stuff. I don't know. Mostly just TTYD and anime. And, God, I feel like I watched a bunch of videos, like, really late at night. Which could describe any night. I have bad impulse control. Let's, got a couple more kingdoms here on this whole art tour. Let's cash in and go to the next one. I'll say, of Paper Mario, going back to Paper Mario for 2 seconds. I wouldn't recommend specific Paper Marios. I wouldn't recommend the ones that I would just as soon not acknowledge existing. Sticker Star and all those. It is sometimes funny to me to just say something to the effect of like, you know, they haven't done a Paper Mario since, you know, Super Paper Mario, and that was not a proper Paper Mario. That was a weird, that was a weird thing. Where's this one? Oh, it's to spot the difference. Let me get there, and then I'll spot the difference. It's much... I would prefer to live in the world where just, Paper Mario was on hiatus for all this time, and just, oh, it just came back. It just came back, don't worry about it. And, hopefully, whenever it comes back for another time, it'll be TTYD style. Hopefully, you know. What's up, dude? That would be the best case scenario if it came back that way. What would the worst case scenario be for Paper Mario? God. I think the worst case for Paper Mario is if it came back again. If they remade one of the last 3 games, they did a remake of Color Splash, or God forbid, Sticker Star. Never remake Sticker Star. Do not ever re-release it. No. Leave it in the ground. Please. That would be the, that'd be like the worst thing for them possibly to do. But I think, after this, people will, the message will be clear. What's different here? Spot the difference. Spot the difference. There's nothing different under me, by the way, so y'all can enjoy this. Spot the difference, without worrying that things are unfair. Ah, there's a little blue fork guy behind the pot. There's a little blue fork guy on the right-hand image that isn't on the left-hand image. By the chowder. Right here. Perfect. Good to spot the difference. Is that all I need from this world? Yes. 3 left. 3 left. Let's do it. I'll say we're getting down to it. That's not that many places left in the game. There's not that many kingdoms left in the game. There's not that much left. Period. Like, we're looking at less than 200. A good deal less than 200. If we continue at this pace, it'll be like 2 more streams. But, you know, and honestly, there's no reason to think why we shouldn't. At the current pace we've been going, recently anyway. Because not like the stuff that remains is like super, super duper hard. You know, it's not like these are... It's not like this is the hardest shit imaginable. I'll look for a ledge. Midway up a wall. Looks a little nondescript. And it doesn't look like bricks either, so this is not it. A ledge, and it looks really just like... Oh, here it is. Good hiding place. $717. That's a pretty good number. I like that number. I mean, I guess, you know, just talking like birthday significance, like 517 would be a lot more for me, right? But I like the number 17, and the number 7 is inherently lucky as well. So, you know, Moon, and then Mushroom Kingdom, and this little art blap will be done. I guess the amount of moons we get per stream is also very strictly like related to the length of the stream. You know, do I go to midnight? Do I go to 1? Maybe. What if? Here's a crazy thought. Here's a silly thought. What if I went until like 11, 3-hour stream? Ooh, that'd be out of character. This game is so long though, and there's so many moons. I just wanna keep going. What is it? It is a great view, you're right. But I am more interested in you guys, because you guys are... The blue one at the end is has a moon hidden behind them. Okay, shit. 718. Let's go to... I'm gonna go to Mushroom Kingdom. We're gonna get that last bit of hint art done. Then we'll look at the moon stuff, and yeah. I think also we'll talk to Toadette. Do another Toadette check-in here. This is sort of like a... This whole section has been just sort of like quick stop-ins. Not necessarily doing much more than just getting art moons, doing whatever is immediately there. It's a good way to play this game in general. Yeah, we haven't done this lady. Or lady. This thing. It's like here, right? Yeah. Alright, that is all the... I do believe it's all the art that we have. Did that one. Did this one. And just did this one. Beautiful. Beautiful. Let's check in with Toadette. There's not more art that's on the wall that we didn't see earlier, right? There's no art that we somehow missed, right? Okay, good. What do we got? Super treasure chest, Ant Hunter. Yes, that's us. What else do we got? Master Sheep Herder. Does that mean no more sheep? No more sheep, everybody. Lakitu fishing trip. I've done some Lakitu. I've ground pounded a good amount of the time. I'm the professor of ground pounding. Yes, that's correct. Art investigator. You know it. I did just investigate some art. That was the last segment. Art investigation. Yes. Art investigation would have been a good name for the last stream. The last stream was called, the last Odyssey VOD was called, Genuine Art Appreciation. Art investigation. That also has a ring to it. And maybe isn't like a real thing also. Art investigation? Who investigates art? Not like detectives. Nothing. Okay. That's all here. How many Toadette moons do we still have to get? Coincidentally. Hats. Hat icon, fashion icon. Souvenir savants. We have like half of the souvenirs we need. I wonder if we need all of them. We need to answer all the things. We need to win all the Koopa racing. I guess there's still like half of those left, huh? There's one more slots machine one. 2 more Toad music ones. One more monitor on someone's head. And yeah, I guess next time maybe don't expect that many new Toad ones. Though there's one thing here where what region have we not spent any coins in? I wonder. It seems like some region there we have not cashed in any. We need to figure that out at some point. Hopefully it'll be one that we just pop into. Let's turn those in, see what we got. 727. Okay, yeah, that's, I think we got 105 this stream. Nice, okay. Continuing to get about 100 per stream, including the moons from, what's her name? From Toadette. Quick inventory. Actually, we can just do this from here. I can do this from here, okay. Quick inventory to end. We got, like, most of the things. We were at, like, 727. That means we have how many moons left? 153. 153 moons. At the current rate we've been going, that'll be like 2 episodes. I say episode, 2 streams. You understand. 2 installments of this. A bunch of them are in Mushroom Kingdom. Toadette related. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9 of them are Toadette related. So that means left over would be 92, including those. What's 104 minus 92? There's 12 in the Mushroom Kingdom. That's pretty good. We can probably knock that out at some point next time. There's also 12 in Cap Kingdom. We've gotten everything in Cascade Kingdom. We've gotten everything but the regional coins in Sand Kingdom. We've gotten everything but the regional coins in the Lake Kingdom. We got like, let's see now, 29 moons to go in Wooden Kingdom? Okay, that's probably like the biggest to do, actually. 10 in Lost Kingdom, 2 in Metro Kingdom. Wait, 2? How are there 2? How are there 2? What? There's jumping rope. We got the art, right? I thought we got the art. The fuck? I thought we got that art. Did we not get the art that was in... I thought we got the art from Metro Kingdom, but okay, I guess... I'll pick that up next time, somewhere. Fuck. I'll look up what I've deleted that I shouldn't have done. 2 left in Metro Kingdom, one of which is an art that I, forgot. And one of which is jumping rope, which sucks. Also some regional coins. Snow Kingdom, just 1? Just 1? No, 11. Okay. And 5 regional coins. Seaside, we're missing 10. Luncheon Kingdom's got 24. That's one of the higher ones. Moon Kingdom has 22. Dark Side has 12. And all the art ones are done. For Darker Side, these are just like challenge ones, and that's all done as well. Looking over this list, there's only like a handful of worlds that have like a ton of moons. What should we start with next time? It should be the first visit with the intent of maxing out. Let me thinking for a second. Metro Kingdom art. Let me look up that fucking art. There's a video here. I'm just gonna look at it real fast. I almost want to not Wait, what? Did I remember being in Seaside Kingdom, and did I not ground pound in the right spots? Or not Seaside, Lakeside. Let me do that real fast. I'm just gonna do that real fast because there's no reason to return to this one next time, ideally. Okay, let me just correct that, and then we'll head off. Okay. It's like here. You know what? I thought it was on the higher level. It's on the lower level. That's why I got confused. I was trying up there, and I was like, ah, what the hell? And then I guess I got the other one, and I thought, like, oh, I got both of them. My mistake. Okay. Fixed. Now then. Let's actually decide. 270... 728. That's a good number. Let's decide where about which one to do next time. I think let's do the Wooded Kingdom next. Do I want to start with a big kingdom next, or should I start with a small kingdom and just knock it out, like, really quickly? You know what? Next time we'll start with... I definitely feel like next time we should knock out a bunch of the little ones that have like 10 and 10 and 10 and 10. Not the Cap Kingdom. Cap Kingdom is the first one you get in the game. Put that in the middle. How about instead, Lost Kingdom? Yeah, Lost Kingdom. We'll start with Lost Kingdom next time. And I'll put on something nice for that right now. In fact, did I ever... Maybe this is the region I never bought any coins in. Let's go shopping real fast. See if I have like all my coins to spare. And if so, yeah, I do. Okay, this is the one we hadn't bought any regional stuff with. Perfect. And I can just buy this as well. All right. I guess if I were to not buy the caps that are specific to I'll buy this as well. Hey. If I were to not buy the regional coin clothing and just focused on buying the souvenirs, you could maybe do this game without 100% without doing all the things, because there are caps and clothing you can get that'll do the Achievo without a thing. Without being a whole thing. I'm just gonna get one more real quick because it's right here. And it's easy. And hey, we have officially 150 left. 150 left now. That's a good number to end on, coincidentally. I like that as a number to end on. If I save here, will it start us here? Even if it doesn't, I'll warp over here before the stream starts next time, and we'll start high up on that nice vista. Also turn it in just to see the nice number, which is exactly 150 less than 100%. There's no way we get 150 next time, I think. And I expect there to be a bunch of regional coin hunting, jump rope, and other such things that are hard and frustrating in the next two streams, but coming down to it, this whole stream series is, this playthrough, this whole thing is coming to an end. Well, folks, that's gonna do it, I reckon. Mario's happy that I'm saving. Folks, here's the schedule. There's 2 streams a week for sure, and I think for the time being, that's gonna be the thing. That's gonna be the way. I'm not anticipating any additional streams in the near future. I am a little bit beat to hell after that 17-hour Ocarina of Time Majora's Mask combo randomizer over the last week. I want to just have some nice, simple streams. Odyssey on Tuesday, viewer levels on Friday. I'll be back on Friday around 6 p.m. for viewer levels, and if you're looking for more Odyssey, it'll be next Tuesday at 8 p.m. And we'll go back and forth until we finish this. At which point, Nuts and Bolts will be the next one. And that'll be fun. That'll be a good time. I'm gonna send anyone who's watching on Twitch over somewhere. Let's see now. What if I look for someone who's doing Odyssey? I'd mostly just raid someone who I like am following, but I don't know if I'm really feeling it tonight. I'll send it to Andy Havoc. Andy Havoc is fine, cool with any sort of raid whenever, and you know, kind of a cool dude. Likes doesn't mind a little self-promotion, that sort of thing, which is interesting for a streamer. He's a very chill dude. Reasonably popular. Now has like an average probably of like 50 viewers at a time, and an active chat all the time, you know. Good dude. I'm gonna send you over there. That sounds fine. I'll see you on Friday for viewer level 6 p.m. Central, and then more of this next week. We're 150 moons from the end of the game, from the end of getting everything. I do think we're gonna need to hunt a bunch of purple coins. I'm also gonna need to do the thing where I grind for currency for a while and buy our way to 9999. Right? I definitely should do that, right? Even if it takes an extra stream, even if it's like out of the way, even if it's just me doing one minigame repeatedly until I get enough to afford the thing. I don't know. Let's think about that over the next 2 weeks or so. I'll see you on Friday for viewer levels. Bye, folks.